body without permission of the chair, and all persons shall at the request of the chair be silent. No person shall disrupt the proceedings of a meeting of a public body. If after clear warning from a chair, a person continues to disrupt the proceedings, the chair may order the person to withdraw from the meeting, and if the person does not withdraw, the chair may authorize a constable or other officer to remove the person from the meeting. Roll call of members.
Counselor Jarvis,
Present.
Vice President Gwynn,
Here.
Counselor Disorder,
Here.
Counselor Bottomley,
Here.
Counselor Bullock,
Here.
President Gilmore,
Here.
Counselor Lapiansky has not arrived yet. Counselor Mayo,
I am here.
Counselor Healy,
Here.
Counselor Elmer,
Here.
Counselor Forgy,
Here.
Counselor Ricketts,
Present, and Counselor Jasper is coming.
Counselor Toronzo,
Here.
Counselor Lapiansky is walking into the building as we speak.
Yes, he is. All right, before we get started tonight, Director Gilman, you are on with us this evening. I would like to encourage Director Gilman to be as involved as she feels necessary within our meeting. I felt last night I kind of missed you. I would love for you to be involved. If you hear us going in a direction that is not correct, please feel free to reach out to me. You are the rock that gets me through these kind of meetings. You know this stuff inside and out. This is not my day job. So I appreciate your expertise. I also would appreciate if you could keep the running toll for us in the math. If we make a deduction, I would love for you to say where we are at the bottom line. I really appreciated Counselor Bullock and Counselor Toronzo doing the math last night, but I would much rather hear it come from you, so when we go into the permanent record that we have the real number. Is that all okay?
That's fine. I would just say that it usually is good to have two people do it, and I did do it last night, and Kathy checked with me.
Perfect. No,
last
perfect.
night. So, yeah.
No criticism at all. I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that you and I were on the same page because we didn't speak.
Right.
And Counselor Toronzo and Counselor Bullock were doing a great job. It's good that we have multiple people, but I always felt that it works when we have the finance director, let us know that we're on track.
Yep.
Cuts me deep.
Yes. I would just like to acknowledge Counselor Lapiansky is here. And about the microphones, please use your microphones. We need to turn them on and make sure they're close enough that you can be heard. With WebEx and the recordings, it's very difficult if we don't use our microphones. And sometimes we're just answering simple yes and no's and such, but we've got to get in the habit of making sure that it's clear on those microphones. It just makes it easier for the record. Any other updates that, all right, just remember that we're going to allow everyone to speak this evening. We ask that everyone's recognized one time, and then once everyone else has had an opportunity to speak, I will go back and recognize people for an additional time if it takes. The chair of Ways and Means, Counselor Forgy, will kind of move us along through where we are and direct people for readings and such as needed. All right, we are on public safety. We left off on public safety, and we have the total up through there. So we had finished general government, and we are moving on to public safety. Counselor Forgy.
Thank you. This is for Department 210. There was a lot of discussion, as you can imagine, about this particular budget. This budget was discussed in Ways and Means about a month ago. At that time, there were 4 in favor of the budget and 1 that was not. So we need to open up discussion on this budget here on the council floor.
See, Counselor Bottomley.
Thank you, Vice President Gwynn. I've got a brief statement and then I'd like to make a motion. Tonight, this council is tasked with putting our budget into a more reasonable alignment. As it has been shown, in comparison to other cities, we spend a significantly larger portion of our operating budget on the police force. Also, because of recent legal action, the city will no doubt be spending more money on litigation and salaries for long-term paid administrative leave. Citizens have spoken to me about their disappointment and even fear of the Greenfield police, even before the Buchanan verdict. I want the public to know, just because I'm a city councilor, it does not make me immune from that same fear. As we have seen in the Buchanan case, retaliation is a reality here. What does that say about our city? I believe that fear has played some role in the Greenfield budget for a while now, and it is time for a course correction. We can no longer afford to overfund the police. Citizens have repeatedly asked us to examine policing in our community, and allocate funding to departments that directly impact our quality of life. The phrase "catalyst for change" perfectly describes this moment. To my fellow counselors, if the evidence of abusive and unprofessional behavior as documented in the Buchanan case is not enough of a catalyst, then what is? To be clear, the best option would be to have a proactive and responsive mayor, a mayor with integrity, but we don't have that. So we must use the blunt tool of budget cuts, one of the only powers available to the city council to make meaningful change. I therefore move to cut $1,200,000 from the Greenfield police wages and salaries for a new total of $2,339,163, and cut $100,000 from the expense line for a new total of $199,938.
Second.
Point of clarification. Counselor Bottomley, did you give me a line from salary and then a line from expenditures?
Yes.
Okay. In that motion, I have to have that done separately.
Okay.
We just have to have those motions. We can discuss it there, but the lines have to be made. That was our instruction, correct, Counselor Forgy? So if you could, how do we want to do this, Kathy? Do we want to rephrase the motion, or?
He just makes a new motion.
I'll do the motion, a new motion.
Okay, it has been seconded, so who seconded that motion?
Mayo.
Counselor Mayo, would you withdraw your second?
I will.
And Counselor Bottomley, will you withdraw the motion?
Yes.
Okay. Counselor Bottomley, could you read us a motion?
Yeah, I move to cut $1,200,000 from the Greenfield Police wages and salaries line for a new total of $2,339,163.
Second.
That
I'll give it
motion
to
is made and seconded. And now, did you want to speak any more at this time, or you're good with that, Counselor Bottomley, as that was your motion?
I think I can let others speak, but I just feel it's really abundantly clear that we need major change. And this has been a long, long time coming, long before I moved to Greenfield.
Thank you. The floor is open for discussion. Counselor Elmer.
Counselor Bottomley, can you explain how you got to the 1.2 million? 1.2 million.
One of the basic reasons that I have was that most cities that we found, there was a list sent by Councilor DeSorger that compared cities. Almost all the cities spent the same amount on police and fire. So the largest part of this cut would bring it down close to the fire department, so we'd be in line with most cities. I can't remember how many that was, but it was over a dozen cities, maybe more. So that's the largest part of that cut. And then my other rationale would be the salaries for the police officers that are currently on paid administrative leave. Because then again, I don't think the taxpayer should have to pay for all of this. All of these mistakes fall on the taxpayer, and that's just absolutely wrong. It should fall on the department that gave us this mess.
Could I follow up?
Sure.
Have you calculated, if you're gonna take that out of wages, have you calculated how many people would lose their jobs?
I have not, but I would say that's not necessarily our job. I mean, I think we are charged with appropriating these cuts, and the administration will have to figure out how to deal with those cuts once they're made.
Councilor Elmer, do you have any more discussion, or?
Yeah, I think it's an important figure to figure out. I think if we had a total head count, we could do the division ourselves. I believe the chief is in a separate salary.
Well, we have the acting chief here, so he could answer that for us.
We also have Director Gilman if we need to ask any of the specifics on of that question, whether the chief, Councilor Forgy, are you aware if that the salary of the chief is in that line?
Yes, the
Okay,
salary of the
that's-
chief
that's
is in that line.
The only question, perfect. Councilor Mayo?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. To be more specific, and I agree wholeheartedly with what Councilor Bottomley had said, and I basically want to first thank him for that because he took away a lot of my speech. But specifically, I do want to have, I'm not sure how to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, and I'll let people say, you can't say it that way. But I think we need to zero out the police chief's, the money that he gets for his salary, we need to zero that out. We also need to zero out Lieutenant McCarthy's, and we need to zero out Todd Clark's, I believe. Those are all three of the people that were involved in the case that's about discrimination and just disservice, being drunk on duty and just being not very good policemen for the town of Greenfield. And also for talking about Officer Haig, his leadership for that department has been deplorable. For him to sit on this kind of discrimination for as long as it's been happening and as long as he's been chief and not do something about it, and even at some point knowing about it and participating about it and turning a blind eye toward it, something needs to be done and he needs to be held accountable. So that's why my thought on why Chief Haig's position needs to be zeroed out. The same kind of mentality for Chief McCarthy. That's even a longer story. We all know about that. We also know about what happened with Officer Clark, with him. In any other job, if you showed up drunk, you'd be fired. I know I was a state employee for nearly 20 years. If I showed up, and I was in human services, if I showed up drunk on the job, I'd be offered the door. And I believe that we should offer the door as well by zeroing out those positions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Mayo, I might come back to you for some information in a minute about unions as part of my question. So if I ask you a question, it's about your expertise, not council business, but I'll ask you that in a
Absolutely.
moment.
Sure.
Councilor Forgy?
Thank you. I want to say that serving on both sides of the aisle in government, it is heartbreaking to me. I'm very sad about what has happened. There are some decisions that have to be made, and they're not easy ones to make. What I want to point out at this particular time is I understand the intent that the motion made, the intent behind the motion made. The practical piece of all of this is really twofold. When we cut budgetary line items, this is procedure now, when we cut budgetary line items and we say, and I've heard a lot of people say this, and last evening, that they want to see it put towards other things. That's not how it works. It goes back to our bottom line, and again, it's in the control of the executive side of government. It is the mayor that proposes the budget. We dispose of the budget. So all the great ideas out there, as wonderful as they are, please know that this council can cut, but we cannot authorize the reuse of these funds. We can persuade, we can suggest what the mayor would do, but it is really, we're cutting bottom line. The money goes back towards the bottom line in the budget and reduces the tax rate. Having said all of that, the other point I want to make is that there are a couple of independent contracts. These would be for the higher ranking officers in the police department. They are made with the mayor. There is, to my knowledge, there is a clause in all of those contracts that the mayor can terminate the contract at any time she wishes. At both sides have the ability to do that. That is important, I think, for us to remember as we ask for cuts to go forward. When we look at this budget, if you look at the expense line item for the department itself, it's about $300,000. The rest of that money is all salary and wages. Somebody asked the question about whether or not, how many people would this affect? My guess at this point, and I don't know this for a fact, would be about 6. Possibly more than that. But that's kind of a bottom line piece that we are looking at. You understand in union contracts that the last one hired, the last one in, is the first one to let go. These are what I consider to be our future resources for this department. I think it's extremely important that if we are going to transition from the old way of policing to a new way of policing, we need the young blood here. It would be, I think, detrimental to cut these people from the budget. I also feel strongly that there are other wonderful officers that do their job, do it well, and serve this community. To get to the issue, the 800-pound gorilla in the room, if you want to cut the budget by a certain amount of money, if you want to cut the chief's salary, and you want to cut McCarthy's salary and Clark's salary, it's not going to affect them. If that's the dollar amount you're looking for, it's not going to affect them. The only way that that money will be taken away from them is if they are fired, if they are asked to leave, or if they are retired. So those are the ways that when you think about money, you have to think in terms of the impact, the overall impact on this, okay? Having said that, I would like to make an amended motion, if I may. I'd like to amend the motion.
we can hear an amendment at this time.
So I'd like to amend the motion. I understand that this is very treacherous, but I would like to amend the motion that we reduce the police department budget by $350,000, which, as I want to honor what some of our other counselors have said, would be the approximate salaries of the chief and of McCarthy. And also, it would be cutting some clothing allowance, not necessarily uniform allowance. So 350 seems to me to be a reasonable figure.
Point of order, clothing allowance is in expenses, not in wages.
Agreed. I'm sorry. Thank you for that.
Could you direct that to me with point of order, not necessarily the person?
I'm
you.
I'm sorry, I was looking that way, but I
Okay,
was
no
directing it
problem.
at you.
All right, thank you.
My personal feeling on all of this is that the mayor should exercise her option to terminate the contract. Or do her very best to encourage the resignation of these individuals. These decisions are not easy. Also, when we reduce this
We need a
budget.
second on that motion
Second.
before
Sorry,
discussion.
Ricketts.
Thank you.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
No,
I
that's all
wanted
right.
people to stop talking, but.
But I just didn't want it to be any kind of other than making the motion. Thank you.
One last thing, and
Of course.
thank you for allowing me a lot of time here. It might be a really good idea for us to look at the money that is being cut this evening with recommendations going to the mayor, that we put some of this funding toward a community policing commission, which we talked about and dealt with in the charter changes. They're not in charter change right now because they need to be written into ordinance, and budget gets in the way. But if some of this money could be tapped and set aside to start a community policing review board or a citizens review board, I would be very much in favor of seeing that happen. Thank you very much for your attention and your patience. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilor Forgy. I'm going to direct some questions to Director Gilman, if I could. Building off of what both councilors said before and during the amended and the original motion, what is our legal responsibility when we have all of the union contracts? If we cut the contracts in violation of the collective bargaining and we underfund it, can you tell us how that all works? Just so I want to make sure we're not creating a legality issue within our attempt to change the budget.
You aren't, because ultimately funding is the key to that. You have to honor the contract, so it results in a reduction in force to be able to honor the contract. Obligations would be unemployment, possibly I'd have to look, some of the union contracts allow for continuation of city-paid insurance for a certain amount of time, as well as likely payoffs of any accrued time. I also would say, I'm not an expert in this, but I would defer to Interim Chief Gordon. I think $1.2 million is about half of the patrol. You'd be laying off 15 people, just starting from the bottom of the scale, which is what you do, the least senior person. So you're talking 21 shifts, for which 7 days a week, 3 different shifts, for which you would only have 8 or 9 patrol officers. So I think you have to have that kind of thought process, understanding the intent, but also weighing against what is reasonable coverage for the city of Greenfield. So we won't be in violation of the contract, because again, you have to honor the contract, but have reduction in force with the available funding. But there would be significant other expenses associated with a layoff.
All right, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, Counselor Ricketts and then Counselor Healy.
Okay,
And we're talking on the motion at the moment.
okay.
The motion to amend, I'm sorry, the amendment is what we're speaking on. They're very closely linked together, but the amendment. Thank you, Counselor Ricketts.
Thank you, Counselor Gwynn. Okay, so first I want to thank Counselor Bottomley for his comments and for his amendment, because I like that he brought it forward with everything and all the reasoning first. I think that's the most important thing. I came here tonight knowing in my heart that there was no way I was going to agree to $1 million off the top, because I knew it was going to hit all of our newer officers. And I agree with Councilor Forgy. We do need them. They're they're the last out of their academy. They've learned the newest trainings, and I do want them in our city still. I'm willing to compromise. That's why I second this amendment. And just like when we had last month the other police budget, we knew at the end of the day, once we gave the money, the decisions were theirs at the end, how they're going to spend the money. The same thing's going to happen here. We could cut that $1 million, and do we think it's going to hit the top? That's it? We know that's not going to happen. We know it's going to be all the lesser folks. And so I feel like we're just making a bigger problem, because we're just hurting all those families of all those officers, because we're laying off a number of people, and now we have all this unemployment that we're going to be dealing with on top of that. And not having a good response time is not good, and it's not safe. And I know we don't have this huge crime, but we have enough that I read in the paper constantly about break-ins, car break-ins, things like that. I do want a number of people on each shift in our city, and I'm not willing to lose all of that. I like the comments that Councilor Forgy brought up about the mayor making those tough decisions, or not even tough, just making some decisions, just actually doing her job as mayor right now. And it's important that the council does work on the financial piece, but I am upset that one of the strongest committees in our city right now is silent, and that's our Public Safety Commission. I have not heard one word from them. I mean, I'm behind on my email a bit, but I haven't seen any statements coming out. And I feel like that's the job. They're the ones who are involved with the hiring and the firing. They listen to all of that. And it would have been really good for them to make some comments to the public, just so the public knows that they're aware, and shouldn't they be the ones too to be going to the mayor and sitting down with the police chief and making some of these decisions? I mean, leaving it up to us so we can just do it through a financial way at the end of the day, is that really right? Is that what we're supposed to do? That's why we have this commission. We don't even have it yet where the residents have figured out that's where they should be going. They come to us during public comment, which of course I love. I love it on every topic that comes to our table. The sad part is we do have a Human Rights Commission. We do have a Public Safety Commission here. And right now, today, I feel like the buck starts here because it's just the money piece. But I don't know if that's going to fix the problem. It's not going to make any other people of color want to come and work in the community. If this is the reputation we're going to end up having here. So, my first point is I want the community that I live in to be safe. And safe on every level. And second of all, I don't want this to ever happen again. Not even just our police force, but our entire city. There are people bringing up their children of color in this city right now, and I don't want them to be seeing this in the headlines and they're in this around dining room tables. So I want to work smart, and I'm willing to compromise with my colleagues tonight without totally tearing apart the police department that we have such fractured shifts working. But we need to send a message, and we need to work hard, and we need to demand that our Public Safety Commissioner, our mayor, those are the people with the real authority. Don't just dump this on us. Everyone needs to do their job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Ricketts. Councilor Healy, then Councilor Lapinski.
Thank you, Penny. That was really heartwarming. And now I got to follow it up. So, I'll try to hold my composure. But I do agree with both logics of Councilor Forgy and Councilor Ricketts. I'd like to speak on behalf of the, positive things that we don't really hear about the police department that I have seen in my life. I'm a foster parent. I have 3 of my own kids. I have 2 foster kids in my house, one which I've adopted since. When Aubrey came to us, she was terrified of police. And a police officer came to my house, and she's not afraid of police anymore. That was heartbreaking for me, and it was before I was a counselor, so let's not construe this with me being a counselor. What it was a good officer my wife talked to. He came, met with Aubrey, and she's now not afraid of police. And it was a trigger for her for trauma. So I'd like to thank the officer that did that. I won't mention any names. And I'd also like to point out the good things that the cops do when they took out 100 to 200 grams of cocaine from our streets. I just lost my cousin to a heroin overdose, which is another troubling thing in our society right now. And I thank the police for, doing what they can to take those drugs off the street. But what happened in our community, I grew up in Chicopee, a very diverse community, is not acceptable. And that's why I'm willing to, compromise to this 8%, about 8%, 9% decrease rather than 27%. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Healy. Councilor Lapinski.
All right, look. In late January, the Greenfield police broke into my house. And you need to know this because it is not as simple as more police equals less break-ins. The police are the break-in. And they did not have a warrant, they did not have a reason, they had no evidence, and they left me out of town 12 hours before the cold front was going to come through, where the door couldn't be locked or closed. And I luckily was able to get a friend to come. But you all need to know why they broke into my house. I had tenants who, they were in a relationship, and they broke up. It happens. One of them moved out, one of them stayed. They're mad at each other. This is legal, right? This is common. Most of us have been there. The one who moved out, for whatever reason, decided to call the police and say that the one who was still there wanted to kill himself. It may have been true, it may have not. But if my ex said that, I would want the police to say, "Are you just mad? How do you know? If you care so much, why don't you do something about it?" The police came to the house, spoke with him. He said everything was fine, please leave me alone. They left. So the ex contacted them again and said, "No, really, you have to do something. He's going to kill himself." So they came in the middle of the night, kicked in the door, arrested him, threw him in the back of a cruiser, and forcibly committed him to East Spoke. While he was there, the one who had left came and cleaned out all of the furniture and all of his stuff and took it to their new place. And then when he came back and was finally released, he did try to kill himself. I was contacted. I'm 3,000 miles away at this point. I have no idea what's going on, by a sergeant on the night shift. I can't tell you his name because I don't remember. And he told me that this had happened. And I said, "Was there any damage?" "Oh, I don't know, nobody was on shift." I said, "Send an officer there right now and tell me what happened." And they said the door was locked and everything was fine. Turned out I was able to get someone else to go over. That wasn't true. But so I then said, "So if any damage was done, who pays for that?" And he said, "I suggest you contact your homeowner's insurance." In other words, if the police break into your house, no warrant, no evidence on your ex's say-so, you foot the bill. In addition to the $4 million we're already giving them, and the other $1 million we gave them last month. And then I asked another question. I said, "What's the limit on the damage you're allowed to do if somebody says you should break into a house?" They said, "We can burn down your house if we have to. And you will foot the bill." So a lot of you have read my op-ed. You know what I think about the salaries. You heard what I said last month. And I wasn't going to say anything this month except for on my opinion on how much we should cut. Don't talk to me about break-ins. The police are the break-in. I move that we amend this motion to cut $2 million from the police budget. I was kind of hoping Mayo would second that, but if he's not going to, we'll go back to the motion.
Can you continue with the motion that's on the floor for me?
Who?
You?
Oh.
You still have the floor.
Oh,
If you want to talk to the
Well, if we're not,
amendment that's on the floor.
if we're not gonna do that, then I'll just say one last thing. If all we're cutting is 350,000, you guys better have enough votes to pass the budget without me.
Thank you. Counselor Elmer?
Sorry to be real pragmatic about this, but I could really use a head count for the police. We've searched and searched and I can't find it.
Let's, Counselor Sorger, you have that information?
I have the head count.
Excellent.
There's 34. Does this count as my turn to
It
speak?
does not. I've asked you to answer a question, so
Thank you.
I'm not taking your 5 minutes.
There's 34. There's, the chief, the deputy chief, there's 2 lieutenants, 7 sergeants, and I can't do that in my head, but
There'll be
the
no
rest-
quiz at the end. You're doing
Yeah,
fine.
and the rest is patrolmen. And
And detectives.
no, that's the numbers.
I think, Councilor Elmer, at this point, I'm going to ask Acting Chief Gordon to answer a question that was proposed. The information was given to us by Director Gilman, and then I just want to verify
Because they don't actually patrol.
that.
Okay, good to know.
Thank you. When we, Councilman Elmer, if you have any specific questions on head counts and such, please ask Acting Chief Gordon for that. But I want to ask Acting Chief Gordon, Director Gilman said a number, I didn't write it down, that it would cut somewhere around 15, was it? Did she say? I don't recall. Can you, Councilor DeSorger, did you have?
Point of information, that would absolutely depend on whom was cut. So,
But
yes.
I think that answer was based on being the union policy from last in, first out, going in upsending order. Let's turn it over to you for a moment. Could you give us just a little bit on those numbers to make sure that we're understanding that right? What would with the union obligations and the cutting of, now remember we're talking about $350,000, but the original motion was for $1.2 million, so we're confusing those a bit in this discussion, but I'll give a little openness on this so we can figure out the money for a moment on what that would do to that line.
Absolutely. The amount of officers that would be cut for $1.2 million would be 20 officers. The number of officers that would be cut at $1 million, and that's what I thought I was coming in here with, I have the exact names of those people right here, is 16 officers. The amount of officers that would be cut at 350,000 would be 8 officers, and that does not include unemployment costs. So I didn't know how to calculate the unemployment costs and all of the other things that go with it. So it would be above that.
You actually have the names and the salaries of the individuals we're discussing based on what we're talking about, the union way of last hire, first released. Is that how you have that list that you referenced?
Yes, it's important to understand that these officers are also union members. And I forgot one thing, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
There would also be 5 demotions that would go along with that, including myself. 2 of those officers would be would be laid off would be female, including 1 demoted female sergeant. 1 minority will be laid off, and 8 Greenfield residents will be laid off. I do have their names.
I just want to make sure we have the specifics, and is that public record, those names and their income? I know we were very transparent on wages in the police department, is that correct?
Correct.
Councilman Elmer, you're the one that asked for numbers. I'm going to only try to hold you to numbers because that's why we asked you to come up here, and I apologize if we sound like we're only dwelling on the numbers, but that's really what the question was. So, Councilor Elmer, did you have any other questions about numbers?
That's very helpful because it makes it very concrete. Just a point of information, who would, if these 3 people who are named, whose decision would it be to terminate them?
It would be the chief of police.
If the chief of
I'm sorry.
The mayor.
Which names are you talking about? The layoff list?
No. Chief Haig and the 2, Officer McCarthy, and there was someone else who was named. It is not the legislature's job to lay these people off. It would be the executive branch.
That would be correct.
Okay, so we don't have the power. We were asked several times to get rid of people, and we don't have that power. I just want to make that clear. Anyway, thank you for the numbers. It makes it very concrete.
Oh, you had a follow-up on numbers?
Yes.
Okay. Councilor Healy?
Just curious, so if the mayor did decide to let these individuals go, how would that affect that 8% cut at $350,000 with their salaries?
It would not affect it at all. There would, if the mayor let the chief go, there would be a new chief. and they would have the same type of salary. If the mayor let a lieutenant go, there would be another lieutenant. And there would be, so the layoff list would be the exact same thing.
Point of information, if I may.
Counselor Forgy?
It's important to understand, to follow up with Acting Chief Gordon said about layoffs. The rule of thumb, at least this is what I know from the time I served in office, the rule of thumb on layoffs is for every layoff, one layoff, you have to lay off 2 other people. And that's because of the cost involved in the unemployment insurance and other benefits that might follow. So it was always, it might be different now, but it was always lay off 1 means you have to lay off 2 more. It's a 3
It's the opposite.
ratio. It's a ratio of 3.
Counselor Jarvis?
You stole it, Chris, from me.
Oh,
That's okay,
Sorry.
redundancy is all right.
For a very long time, I was a union president of Greenfield Local 2548, which is the firefighters. For the first 14 years of my career, I spent on the executive board. The way that this is going to happen is that the most junior in the department, which I was for 7 years and held my breath at every single city council meeting, is if I was going to be out the door, out of a job, looking to pay for food, pay my mortgage in the city that I worked. These cuts are not going to happen at the people that you have grievances against. They are going to hurt the people that have just started their careers in Greenfield, that have moved to Greenfield, that have bought houses, that have their families going to Greenfield public schools. Young men and women that have decided that they wanted to be in law enforcement or police officers, firefighters, EMTs. They're fields that you join because you have a passion to help people, usually. Some people may not believe it. I lived it. I was a firefighter. I became a firefighter because that was my passion, to help people. That's what I wanted to do. I didn't run into burning buildings because I liked fire. These people have a passion that they want to help people. I find it interesting that I got an email today discussing that the Grow on Country Club Road, which is right across the street from my house, is going to bring elevated crime to Greenfield, possibly, in that email. And in the next paragraph in that email, it said, cut the police. We're going to have elevated crime because we're building a grow, but we're going to cut the patrolmen that are going to have to respond to the crime. It was kind of condescending to me. The other thing is, I have elderly neighbors in my neighborhood, and one of them said to me the other night, totally concerned, what do I do at 2 o'clock in the morning if somebody's trying to break into my house? Who am I going to get? The patrols that'll be affected with the cuts are probably the patrols that are going to be midnight to 7, because there's less people up, there's less happenings, there's less response. So my neighbor had a point. Who's going to respond if the officer or the 2 officers that we have on duty are tied up at something else? The state police? Are they coming from Vermont, the border? Are they coming from Heath? Are they coming from Charlemont? How long is it going to take them to get to their house? It's already a 10-minute ride to begin with, if there wasn't a patrol car in the neighborhood. These are concerns. These are people's lives that you're talking about, and they're not the people that you have grievances against. They are innocent people that are going to pay. I know some people don't want any cops at all. I, for one, do not walk through life with rose-colored glasses and believe that we're all going to hold hands and sing Kumbaya on the town common. There are nasty, mean people out there.
They're called police.
And we need people. I'm sorry, I didn't interrupt public comment last night. I don't feel like I should get interrupted tonight.
Counselor, I'll just, it can't go both.
I'm sorry, it won't happen again, Vice
No.
President.
Can I speak now? If a point of order has to work in both directions, if someone from the audience is addressing a counselor, no, I'm not speaking of you at this moment. I'm talking about prior to that, there was a comment. You can't dismiss me. I'm the chair, so. Okay,
And here we go, needing the police, right now.
we are trying to get through this meeting. I ask that people respect both directions. A point of order would be appropriate. A point of order was called, but what I was referring to is if we're going to have people in the audience that are addressing counselors and then counselors addressing people in the audience, that's not the way it works. Both of them would have to be recognized. So I just caution everyone that neither way.
Thank you, it won't happen again.
Thank you. I have Counselor, also, before I call, it's Counselor Gilmore, and then Counselor Mayo, and then Counselor Lapiensky for a follow-up. But before we go there, I just want to say, when we're discussing the amendment, okay, that is on the floor, that Counselor Forgy brought forward, it would be helpful if when you are giving your full 5 minutes, that you somewhere in there include your position on the amendment. That would help us know what we're voting on. And then once we get through the amendment and it goes back to the full motion, it would be helpful if we just know where you are. Because if we just talk, which is fine, it doesn't really let us know your position, and you only have 5 minutes to talk. Counselor Gilmore.
Thank you. I would like to remind folks that, I do know a thing or two about unions. I am deeply concerned about layoffs. I spend all of my time at work worrying about my folks getting laid off. But going back to Councilor Bottomley's original comment when we started talking about making budget cuts, the community has been asking for changes for as long as I've been on the council and probably longer. And he characterized this as a blunt object. I completely agree with him. But we need to do something, because if we don't act as the city council, there will be no action. I think that that's been made very clear. I don't want to see anyone get laid off. I don't feel like all police officers are bad. I have lots of police officers in my family. I have a military background. But this is a problem that has been festering in Greenfield for longer than I've lived here. And the community is asking us to do something, and that something might be very, very painful. But I think we still need to do something. I don't think that we're getting out tonight without significant cuts to this budget. I do feel bad for newer folks. I really, really do. But I don't think that we can just let this pass one more year.
Are you all set, Councilor Gilmore?
Yes, I was trying to keep it short.
Okay, in talking to the amendment, once again, if anyone could tell me when we're done with your with where you're falling on the amendment, just so we know if that's your direction, because sometimes I'm unaware if that's the thought. Councilor Mayo.
Hello. I think it really comes down to this, is if the mayor would do her job and terminate immediately the 3 people that were mentioned, I don't think there'd be any layoffs. So it has to begin there. and begin there fast, so that we can do the, part of what we need to do is not only are what we are dealing with is a fiscal budget, it's a moral budget. That's what the community is looking at and talking about, and what we have to deal with and live with and work with. So that's part of our job as counselors. We were elected by the people, not the mayor. But the mayor has a job, and if her job is to terminate the police chief, then she should do it immediately and prevent layoffs. That's the first thing we need to do. If we're worried about losing good police officers, which I would rather not see done at all, the mayor needs to do her job fast, is get rid of at least the very top two that were talked about in the court. If not the third person. You know, the third person we might have to be, because he's in the union, there would have to be some negotiation with the union. But given what happened, there certainly should be some sort of disciplinary action, which could include, as being a union president and union representative for 10 years, termination. And the offenses that person has done, in my mind, would include termination. But that's, again, up to the union and the mayor. The first two don't have to be in the union, or that can be taken care of by the mayor. And there would be no, so that takes care of 300,000 right there. So that limits the amount of effect to our other police, to our less senior or junior officers. So let's get to the top first, and then work. If the mayor makes a decision, then we can work. It will less affect the junior officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor, I want to talk to the counselors that haven't spoken on the amendment. Counselor DeSorger, and then we'll go to Counselor Bullock, and then to Counselor Toronto.
I sent all of you budget information regarding expenditures on different parts of our budget, including the big branches of public safety. And it was compared to other municipalities of like size and income as we were given by the clerk when we became counselors. I want to add tonight another piece of that puzzle. We spend 11.45% of our budget on public safety. Of the 11 other towns compared, we ranked third highest percentage-wise on public safety, but certainly well within the ballpark of the average. The information clearly showed that both branches of public safety were not funded equally. Furthermore, we spent the least amount of any other municipality on our schools. Long Meadow spent 52.5 of their budget on schools, Orange 54, Westboro 50, Agawam 48, Ludlow 46, and so on, and so on. Last, there was East Hampton, 36 point something, and then us, 34.36. We face a really tough decision here tonight. We have great people in all our departments in our city, including our police department, and I am grateful for their service. Per capita income here is low, and we have lots of people who struggle to pay their taxes, so we need to choose wisely. The police budget is disproportionately high, and there's only so much to go around. I support this reduction, and I'm supporting the higher reduction or something like that for two reasons. It's disproportionate and has been, and I am sad to say, the department has serious problems of racism and retaliation which have not been addressed. What is happening instead is a massive attempt to find a way to blame those who stood up and said no more and exonerate the rest. And I would like to point out, this was something that just went in yesterday, which all of us did not know, but this is a public record, and I'm going to read this into the record, lest we have any hope that this is being corrected now. This is a public record. To Lieutenant Todd Dodge, who was the whistleblower, from Mayor Roxanne Wiedegartner, and this was dated May 6th of 2022. The city has initiated an investigation into allegations concerning the performance of your duties and your fitness to perform your duties. The allegations include that you recently made false accusations under oath concerning Chief Haig's past conduct during testimony at the Hampshire County Superior Court. As a result of these allegations, I am taking the following actions concerning your status. You are advised that upon service of this notice, you are being placed on paid administrative leave. You will remain on paid administrative leave status until I have notified you that the investigation is completed or I have rendered a decision of whether to impose discipline after you have been afforded a hearing on the matters under investigation. During the time that you are on paid administrative leave, you are not authorized to exercise any police powers, nor are you authorized to act in any manner thereof in the capacity of a police officer. While on paid administrative leave, you are not authorized to enter the confines of the Greenfield Police Station unless accompanied by the officer in charge, and you are restricted from accessing any department computer, report, document, or file. Upon receipt of this notice, you are to contact the deputy police officer and make arrangements to return your vehicle. You are also required to be at your home during the normal hours of your assigned shift and to be available for consultation with members of this department who have been assigned to investigate the above referenced allegations. If for any reason you need to leave the confines of your home during the normal hours of your assigned shift, you are to contact the deputy chief, name and number, to get permission and to leave the telephone number where you can be reached in case the need arises to speak with you about the allegations under investigation. No changes in the above order shall be effective unless approved by me in writing prior to the changes becoming effective. Roxanne Wiedegartner, Mayor. My thoughts were, I don't know what we're going to do here about retaliation, etc., but this is not, we have the deputy chief sitting in front of us. That's not on him, but if you have hopes that this is going in the right direction, I felt that this was another piece of information that, quite truthfully, everyone should know. He spoke up and he said, not here, not anymore. How does this make all of us feel? I'm horrified. I'm horrified, and I thought, we can't solve that here. We can't solve it because it's between two people. Do we need to go further? So I also was a nurse. I was in a union. We had a rift that happened, and I was the second one down. I prayed that I would keep my job. I don't want any family person to lose their job. I don't want that to happen to anybody. And I know there's a lot of good people doing this job. I worked alongside of them giving vaccines, but it is happening here, and it's enough.
Councillor Bullock.
First, I just want to thank you, Ginny, for all the work you've done on this. I know that it has not been easy emotionally, and I also wanted to thank you, Officer Gordon, because I can only imagine that the environment that you're working in right now is really difficult, and I've appreciated you at the last few meetings that you've been at. You know, someone said in one of the meetings the other day how we spend our money, what we fund shows what our values are. And I think that's very true. I had, as I said last night, I'm really concerned about issues of pay equity across departments within our city government. I am also deeply concerned about the strategy and choices that the executive branch of the city is making regarding the court case that's going forward. And I do think that that one of the ways that we have as a tool to get our point across that there needs to be a change is with this budget. But I also think that there's very real data that shows that our police budget is too high. You know, the other towns that were in these comparisons that were for spending per capita, Amherst, East Hampton, Northampton, North Adams, we spend more than all of them. We spend $100 more than Amherst. And you know, the difference when we compare those is around per capita income is also stark. You know, as Ginny said, Greenfield has a per capita income that's significantly less than all of those towns except for North Adams. We're like right on the mark with North Adams. But they still spend $163 per capita on their police, and we spend $216. You know, we are not a community that is rich in financial resources. We have a lot of other resources that are some of the other big issues that are on our plates coming up, but for 265 arrests a year, most for minor infractions, you know, when we look at the pie of what the Greenfield Police responds to, a lot of this isn't police business, which we need someone in our community responding to these things, right? General assistance, conflict mediation. We need people responding to those things in our communities, but they don't need to be 11 of the highest paid city officials that are responding to those things. I think, you know, the other piece of this is I have a lot of empathy for families that are going to be affected by this. And my hope is that this affects the top tier, right? We know the chief has to go. We know that that Clark has to go, that McCarthy has to go. I don't even know how many years ago it was that I sat in front of the Human Rights Commission. But when people get arrested, the next thing that happens is that they get charged, and then they have to make bail. And the people who are arrested in Greenfield are the lowest income people in our city. They're people who make $12,000 a year, $17,000 a year. And we're talking about cutting salaries that are $120,000 a year. So when we arrest those 265 people that then get bail, their families that live in Greenfield have to come up with crazy amounts of money, $10,000. For a family that makes $32,000 a year, your family member is gonna sit in jail whether they're convicted of a crime or not. You know, the things on this pie, the things on this pie chart that worry me, that I want, that I think that we don't have an alternative for police to respond to right now, our assault and battery charges, our property damages and theft. Those are less than 10% of what our police are responding to. There's some domestic violence crimes. I received letters from DV workers in our county that spoke to some of that. Our DV task force got $800 this year. We gave them $800. That's how much we care about domestic violence in Greenfield, is that we're not willing to give them more than $800 to do like deeply personal advocacy work with survivors. Our Human Rights Commission, we gave $400. The Human Rights Commission that sat for hours and heard about Officer McCarthy years ago, that has heard some of these complaints, that I've sat in those rooms before I was a counselor over the last 10 years. Issues of substance use and drugs, 9% of what the police does. If we had $1 million in Greenfield to invest and stabilize families that need it, that could significantly address some of the root issues. I know we can't just take money from one place and give it to another place, but we can bring our budget down to a less inflated place and then really think how we want our community to spend this money for next year's budget. The last thing I'm gonna say is that I did look at some of the statistics, and I think that it's really telling. There's a report, like a bias report that gets filed. I think it's each year maybe. Those reports say we don't have a problem. The arrests that are happening, the traffic stops that are happening are in line with community numbers. But they're not. They're not in line with community numbers. Out of 279 arrests in 2020, 8.9% of them were Black people. Black people are 1.92% of the population in Greenfield. That's only 333 people. Of those 333 Black people in Greenfield, 25 were arrested. 16% of arrests were Hispanic. That's 47 people. There's a 7% population of Hispanic people. So 25% of our arrests in Greenfield were of people of color. This is not because people of color are more criminal. This is because of racism, and we have to start naming that. I can't support either of these, and I would like to propose another amendment. I don't even know if you can put a third one on top of two.
You can.
We can ask Will, but I believe we can layer amendments, or do we have to vote on an amendment and add an additional?
I'm sorry.
No, don't apologize.
You can amend the amendment. The only difficulty in that is keeping it straight. So you need to keep in your minds that if someone makes an amendment to an amendment, you have a three-tier.
Will, could you please turn on your microphone? I can't hear what you're saying.
Thank you, Sheila.
Thank you.
Yeah, you have a three-layer process. You can make an amendment to an amendment, but keeping track of what's going on, you've got to be very, very careful. You first have to vote on the amendment to amend the amendment, and that becomes the amendment to vote on. And then you have to vote on that, and then you have to vote on what becomes the new main motion, should the amendment to the amendment to the amendment pass. And please, don't do another one.
Point of information, point of information.
I'm
We have-
sorry?
Point of information, we have two conflicting amendments on the table concurrently that were seconded. Yes.
We have
No one-
a main motion and an amendment.
You have a main motion and an amendment, yes.
That's all we have
The
at the
chair
moment.
is right. This would be an amendment to the amendment.
We have the
Should
original.
Counselor
we have the-
Bullock make her amendment? Motion to amend the amendment.
Point of information, did the person who made the first amendment accept the amendment?
They could.
They
If
have.
it was a friendly amendment, they could.
Yeah, all we
Or
have
they
right
could
now.
withdraw their amendment.
Right now, we have a motion on the floor from Counselor Bottomley.
And the
then
big
we
question is how
entertain
many amendments
an
will fit on the head of
amendment
a
from
piano.
Counselor 4G, and that's all we have right now. What I would recommend, going by what Will has just said, is I would like to vote on the amendment that we're working on, and then if someone would like to amend the original motion, could, as an amendment to the original, then we could entertain that, and it would keep it similar. Because why? It's Counselor Toronzo, myself, and maybe one other counselor hasn't got to talk on the original amendment. So I don't want, because everyone gets a chance to talk on an amendment or a motion, but if we layer them, then people are not have the opportunity to talk on the original one.
Okay.
So
Can I just share the
the rationale?
yes, the
I
rationale.
will offer that, and then we'll come back to you. If the motion passes, the amendment passes or fails, the other amendment can still be made. So yes.
Okay, so I should share that now. Okay, so in looking at the budget here, I would recommend that we cut $477,000 from salaries. That is the total approximately of the chief, of Clark, of McCarthy, of Buchanan, who no longer works for us, and of Dodge, who seemingly is going to be fired. That's a total of $477,000. That leaves us with $3,062,163. On the other side, for expenses, I have $127,000, 265. We'll do them separate. All right, we'll do them separate. But some of the things that I think we need to address in here, we're paying for body camera stipends. That's not paying for the body cameras, that's paying officers to wear the body cameras. It's either a part of your job or it's not.
Sorry, Councilor Bullock. Let's bring that when we get out of salaries,
Okay.
and I will entertain that.
It's in the salary band.
I have another idea, because I'm going to contradict myself, and I'm sorry, Councilor Toronzo. Councilor 4G, if you were open to amending your amount to $477,000 instead of $350,000, then we could change the amount and save a step. I'm just saying, and that would be not a friendly amendment. That's amending the amount.
Your microphone's not on.
I would like to have a vote on my amendment.
Okay, so we won't. Councilor Toronzo on the original amendment for
Okay.
$350,000.
Okay. Wow, obviously not easy, right? We're a lot to digest here. While I agree that something has to be done, and though I don't like to think that money should be the reason for it, there's a lot to agree with. There's a lot to disagree with. I think that Councilor 4G's statement makes a lot of fiscal sense, pragmatic sense, while also realizing the morality of the situation. I understand why the sentiment would be to, let me just use a metaphor, I guess. We're being asked to cut the proverbial head off a snake. Our power in our body would allow us to cut the tail, which is obviously not going to do nearly as much good as cutting the head off. As has been suggested, if that is the will, that would be the executive branch that has to do that. And I concur that if that's what needs to be done, it should be done. And I don't want to confuse the good that policing does. There is a lot of good that policing does. I know that there's a lot of sentiment out there that it doesn't, but I think a lot of that is because no news is good news. So what unfortunately, I think we've run into, I don't even know how many years it's gone back now, but a lot of news is always just triggered by bad things. That's what we hear about. That's what makes headlines. That's what's clickbait. That's what people talk about. They talk about the gossip of bad things. They very rarely talk about the positive things that happen. I agree that we need to make progress in this situation. We need to reform something that has problems, like anything else. Maybe this is a out-of-touch metaphor as well, but when the planes crash, we don't just stop having planes. We reform the way the planes are made to make them safer. They still serve a purpose that we all need and require. I mean, I guess unless you're afraid of flying, but when something doesn't work, you don't just toss it out. You try to make it better. And if we've learned anything, I think it should be that certain things don't work. And so we work on those things. We've more recently, not only locally, statewide, nationally, we've had the community policing idea. I don't even think it's been given a fair shake before it's already being shot down by some folks. There is definitely, I'm kind of like touching on everything that's been said in a way, but when community, as a community, we say, we don't need a police response to a lot of the calls that are taken. We need, outreach advocates. We need, people with psychological backgrounds, things like that. I've heard that from police too. Like they've said, I didn't get trained for this. I don't feel comfortable handling this. And these are, acquaintances, friends, or just in conversations with folks. I think to think about things in hyperbolic nature and absolutes, regardless of whether it's this or anything, it stops compromise. It certainly stops reform. It makes it a very short sentence. And for something that's as big of an issue as this is, I think the best course of action is to attack what's wrong, attack what's been proven wrong, and try to ensure that it never happens again. And doing that in a clever way, especially with having to do with budget, being the tool that we have here, doing it in a clever way and not necessarily with an arbitrary figure that might make us feel a little better about it, but as has been discussed, it really won't get the result that I think is intended. The result that, at least from the public that I've talked to and read a whole, some quite a few emails on, and just the sentiment, as I started with, I feel like that sentiment isn't necessarily in our power. It is in the executive power, and if it means putting pressure on that, then absolutely. I think that I agree with, I think it's a good number that Councilor Forgy put up. I think it sends a message without, and even though it's still fiscally, such a pragmatic, fiscally not wanting to have a detrimental effect on those that weren't even involved. It's out of our power what is being asked in reality. And I don't know that equating the two, I just don't believe that budget is, though it's a blunt object, and I do understand that sentiment, I just don't feel like it's gonna necessarily have the effect that is wished. I mean, I would really like to see whether it's I don't know, boards, coalitions. We already have some, obviously, that work on these sort of things. But, there does need to be a real discussion about how we move forward. I just don't think by cutting out the legs of the ladder right away and having it fall down, I think that will have a larger detrimental effect than what might be thought of. Yeah, so to your point, I'm going to, I agree that I think that Councilor Forgey's proposal, her amendment is a good one.
Thank you. There's only one counselor that hasn't spoken on this amendment. That's me. I just wanted to say that this exchange tonight amongst all of you is really been interesting to watch from over here for the first time in a long time, because people were talking from a different place. You know, a lot of people were talking from, you know, the heart. They were talking from the effect. Tonight's vote is going to make a statement. That's the intention, is to make a statement and get it followed. I don't want to see our services suffer. I don't want to see the wrong people penalized by losing their employment because they're the newest members of our workforce. But I believe we have to send a message that things need to change. And we have to make sure that we're accusing the correct person and making sure that some things that we are mentioning are both enforceable and have the basis. We've had a court case, or a court case, 2 court cases, but we're talking about an officer that hasn't had a formal trial of any kind. So we have to be cautious that we're not entering into a place that puts someone in the position of removing something based on emotion. Then we have some that need to be moved or changed because we have a ruling by a court of law. So I just say we need to be cautious on those as we're moving forward. I'm not sure that $1 million to the original is the right number, because I think it would have detrimental effects because it's too broad. I agreed with Councilor Forgey's sentiments on making this more targeted at 350, but I also believe that Councilor Bullock has an idea that is somewhere different than that and has a lot of merit also. So I am going to support the amendment as put before us from Councilor Forgey, but I'm listening. And we always can't act on what we're hearing, but I am listening, and I will do my best to make the decision that all of you spoke so well about this evening. Thank you. Councilor, Clerk Scott, let's take a vote on the amendment. Are we ready to take a vote on the amendment? Deputy, yes. You don't need to be, I was going to say that earlier. I apologize that we've left you up there, and thank you for stepping in. Is there any information that we're missing before we take a vote on the amendment? Councilor DeSorger, did you have something? I don't want to, okay.
So just to clarify, this is on the amendment to cut $350,000 made by Councilor Forgey. Councilor Jarvis?
Yes.
Councilor DeSorger?
No. No.
Councilor Bottomley?
No.
Councilor Bullock?
No.
President Gilmore?
No.
Councilor Lapinski?
No.
Councilor Mayo?
No.
Councilor Healy?
Yes.
Councilor Elmer?
Yes.
Councilor Forgey?
Yes.
Councilor Ricketts?
Yes.
Councilor Toronzo?
Yes.
Does Vice President Gwynn wish to vote?
Yes. Yes.
7 yes, the motion passes by majority.
So the original motion has now been amended to $350,000 reduction. That's incorrect.
One,
Hold on for a
excuse me,
moment.
1 moment. It is correct. My apologies. I couldn't read my own writing.
We're okay?
Yes.
All right.
7 yes, 6 no.
So the original amendment that was made by Counselor Bottomley has now been amended to a reduction of $350,000. We have all spoken on the amendment. We had spoken on the original motion. Is there any other information before we vote on the motion? Counselor Bottomley?
So we would be voting on only a $350,000 cut, is that correct?
That is correct.
And I would just like to speak a little bit to that, because I think we always have to go back to context of why we're here. And it's severely fractured trust. Severely fractured trust with the community and the police. And I would go further and say it's fractured trust with our mayor. And that is just not enough, and it's not acceptable. That is not enough for this court case. We talk about hurt. There is tremendous hurt in this case, and I get really emotional because it's terrible. It's awful, and that is not enough. We easily threw out a $150,000 cut to the DPW a while ago. Over $700,000 was cut from the budget this year, and we're saying this $350,000 amount is going to cover this? Where's the other documents? We have more documents of horrific behavior. I mean, maybe we should be looking at zeroing out the executive branch. I don't know what's next. But I will not vote for this full budget. I think it's a travesty if that's what we're left with.
Counselor Bullock. Point of order.
I just want to bring us back as a council to what we're here to talk about, the budget, right? So even if you don't care about any of the other pieces around the court case, the racism that's existing in Greenfield's police department, even if you're a counselor who you're like, I don't see it, I don't believe it, whatever. The reality is that our police budget is inflated far beyond neighboring communities. And what happens when budgets are inflated in one department and not others? That's where you get more court cases because certain people are receiving a certain amount of money in one department in a similar or same role, and other people aren't. So if you look at what our teachers are making versus a patrolman, significantly different. Greenfield spends $216 per capita. Other communities around us that have much more financial bandwidth spend much less. Regardless, I know we can't, like, Mike, what you said about, that we're trying to cut the head of the snake off. Like, it's true, we're trying to make a symbolic gesture tonight in some senses, but the reality of it is that the financial piece is unsound. And that is our responsibility as counselors.
Point of information, please.
Counselor Forgy?
The motion on the floor right now is to vote a reduction of $350,000.
That is correct.
Can that motion be amended?
Yes?
Thank you.
I will amend it, but I thought other people wanted to talk.
Let me just,
talk after you make
I give you some information before, I'll give you some information now. If you make an amendment, everybody gets to talk again, because it's an amendment, which is fine, so people.
We've been here till 12:30.
Oh, no, I'm not worried about that. I'm just saying, don't worry that you're going to cut people off, because if you make an amendment, we all get to talk about
Okay.
that amendment, so you're not cutting anyone off, was my point.
I would like to make the amendment that we reduce the budget, the salaries for the police department budget to $477,000.
Second.
So the motion has been made and seconded to reduce that line by $477,000.
The remainder amount should be $3,062,163, which is a very large salary for our city.
Councilor Bullock, I know you've done this, and you did it a moment ago. Because you made the amendment, could you give us the rationale?
The rationale is that this is approximately the salaries of the chief of police, of McCarthy, of Clark, of Buchanan, who's no longer an employee with us, and of Dodge, who seemingly is going to be fired by the mayor. And so that is, they're also, all but one of them are some of the highest paid police officers. 11 of the highest paid city officials in Greenfield are police officers. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 of our highest paid police officers. Salaries.
Thank you. Councilor Lapiansky.
I need the chair's permission to ask Deputy Chief Gordon some questions. May I have it?
Can I just ask, are the questions relevant to the amendment?
I mean, they're relevant to whether or not I'm going to support it. So I need to ask them in order to say whether or not I'm going to vote yes or no. And I need to ask them at some point in this process. So if you want me to let another person speak.
No, I'm not worried about that. I'm just making sure I'm following protocol on what we're doing. So I'm just, if it pertains, I allowed it once for Councilor Elmer. I will allow it, but it has to deal, it has to be in line with the amendment that's on the floor. If not, there might be another opportunity for you when we get to expenditures. I'm not sure where you're going.
Right.
That's all I'm asking.
Well, it has to do with wages, among other things. But if I'm not going to be allowed to get the information, how can I make a decision on the amendment or even the motion?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just trying to make sure I'm making the right
So then
decision.
please recognize Deputy Chief Gordon.
I will.
Point of order? Point of order?
Yes.
So, Vice President Gwynn, if I'm not mistaken, Councilor Lapiansky would ask you the questions, and then if you felt they were appropriate, you could direct them to Deputy Chief Gordon.
I
Is
think
that
I
correct?
think that is correct. That is correct. So, Deputy Chief Gordon, if you would like to come back after either, and I will caution the floor that because you're directing them to me, if there's a question that just isn't relevant to what we're dealing with, I may pass over the question, and I just want to put that caution there.
With all due respect to the chair, Councilor Elmer was allowed to address the Deputy Chief directly.
Yeah, but President Gilmore just brought up a point. All you're doing is asking in general. I'll just caution the acting chief to not answer. So either way, you can do that.
Right, but you didn't do that to Councilor Elmer, so once again, I think we have an issue of playing favorites with this discussion.
I don't think it's favoritism. I think it was made a point that I made an error, and it was pointed out, and I won't continue
I
to
say,
make
well,
an
I'd
error
like the
because
same
then
privileges as all the
that
other councilors.
redundancy.
With that said, Acting Chief Gordon, you mentioned earlier having to do with if we replace one chief with another chief, the salary's the same, but does the mayor not get to negotiate a new contract with the new chief as they come in?
That's relevant, yeah.
Yes, she would be able to do that.
So theoretically, if, the mayor grew a soul and the chief was fired and you or somebody else was a new chief, the mayor would get to say, Because of the $1.2 million taken out of the police budget by the council's vote, we would like to pay you $125,000 instead of $170 because that's what we could afford, and then you or whoever could get to say yes or no. Am I correct?
Yes.
My second question has to do with the incident I related earlier. And I just want to ask you, on the subject of, other counselors were saying, who do we call if we cut too many police officers, someone breaks into our house? I just want to know, who do I call when the police break into my house?
I wouldn't go down that path.
With all due respect, the chair allowed Councilor Elmer to ask directly. The chief did not look at you, so I would like to be afforded the same respect as other
Point of order.
counselors.
Councilor Johnson.
The former questions were about budget. This is about nothing to do with budget. This is about an opinion of the acting chief on what a
But other counselors brought up the subject, and I'm just
ridiculous
responding
question
to it.
is what it is. It's a ridiculous question to ask during budget. That's what it is.
Councilor
Well, it was
Alpinsky,
just
do you have
as
any other
ridiculous.
budget-related questions for our acting chief?
Yes, I do. Oh, I don't have any other questions. I have other comments.
No, we're not commenting to the,
I'm not commenting to the acting chief. I'm going to be commenting on the subject, which
Oh,
I'm
okay.
still allowed to do because
you're
I
all
have
set.
the
Thank
floor.
you.
Thank you very much.
oh, no, no.
Don't try to silence me again without
No,
good
no,
reason.
no, not at all. I wasn't trying to silence
Tired of
you.
this.
I asked you if you had any additional questions so I could ask
And
the
I
chief.
sa- and I
to
said
step in.
no.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to you. I'm just letting the chief go back
The-
to sit down. Go ahead,
Here-
Councilor
here- Here's the
Lapinski.
thing. I want to take a stand on the pity party we've spent most of the last hour and a half having for the junior officers. And I want to do it for two reasons. Number one, because if you sign up for a job, one of the few union jobs remaining in this country, and you get it, good for you. But you know the rules of the game. And you can sit on the edge of your seat while every employer in the country is begging for people and hope you don't lose this job. But you know what? You might. And the other reason is because I can't believe someone actually has to say this, but I guess someone does. The police are not entitled to our money. They work for us, and we get to decide how many of them we need. Whether they get fired or not, whether they have children or not, whether they have to pay rent or not. We all have the same expenses. We just make a lot less money than them because they're taking it from us. And I am so sick and tired of this pity party. And one other thing. This is the last comment that I have, and then I'll just say what my position is on the amendment. Councilor Bullock, I'm directing this to the chair, but I'm calling you Councilor Bullock. I'm allowed to do that. Councilor Bullock, I agree with you on the issues of underlying racism, and I'm very glad you brought up those statistics, although I am not the least bit surprised. I'm a little bit frustrated that got the biggest response from the audience and that had the sort of gravity that it did. And the reason I'm frustrated is because your amendment won't fix that problem. You can cut off the head of the snake, you can cut off the reason we have the reason, like, if you reduce the police to their core function, that alone won't address racism. But taking a little scissors and snipping a teeny, tiny little 8% out of the budget is not going to help the people who are being overly burdened by that racism. They need us to stop bothering them. It's not about what's the right response. If someone is playing music on their front porch and their neighbor doesn't like it and it's 7 o'clock on a Friday evening in the middle of the summer, they have the right to be left alone. They don't need a cop, they don't need a firefighter, a social worker, they don't need anybody. If I just broke up with my ex and my ex wants to get me in trouble so they can come in and take all my furniture, I need to be left alone. I don't need a paramedic or anybody to break into my house. So it's not enough to say we should reallocate. It's not enough to say we should get rid of the bad apples. We need to be left alone in this town and have the cops and the rest of them stop minding our business. So, with regard to the amendment, it's not enough. But if I'm not going to be allowed the same privileges as other counselors to ask basic fundamental questions about our liberties from someone in the only forum where they actually have to respond, I'm just going to vote no on everything. And you're going to have to do this process without me until I get to ask the same kinds of questions as the others. And I know for a fact, and everybody in this room knows it, Vice President Gwynn, that you as the chair have the capacity to be fair, like you were last night, or openly and passionately biased, like you were on Monday. So we know which route you've chosen tonight.
Point of order.
Look on your face.
Is this relevant to the
Point of order, it's
amendment?
completely disrespectful is what it is.
Yep, I give out like I get it.
Fool.
Are we all set? Who would like to speak next? Counselor Gilmore.
Thank you. I had collected some thoughts, and I think that Councilor Lapinski brought up some points. But going back to, Councilor Bottomley brought up this issue of accountability. And I have to say, and I promise I'm going to bring this around and make it relevant to the discussion. But since I have become the council president, I have received so many more phone calls and so many more emails than I ever did when I was, the precinct 6 counselor. And it's all been people in town who feel like they are not getting the attention that they deserve from the executive. They get so frustrated, they come to me thinking that because I'm the president of the council, that I get to snap my fingers and I can, help them accomplish something. And I do my very, very best. I always try to bring these up. Anything that comes to me, I put it on committee chairs so that we can have a discussion. But I'm a volunteer, just like everyone else on the council. I have a full-time job, and I went through my if you're talking about me being paid minimum wage, I went through my $2,000 stipend a long, long time ago. And it gets to be really frustrating for me, but I also have to turn around and look at how frustrated are folks in town that they're not getting any kind of an answer from the executive branch. They have to come to me knowing that I don't have the power to do this, just in some desperate Hail Mary pass. And I feel like that is where we are right now. Yes, this is a blunt object. No, we're not going to be able to, cut off the head versus the tail or anything like that. But we have to do something, because if we don't do something, nobody in town is going to do anything. And I would support a higher cut, because I think we have to make this deep and painful, or we're not going to see a change. It can't be a slap on the wrist, because we've been having really polite conversations for a long time. We've tried asking very nicely. I have also tried asking very nicely, and that's not working anymore. And I feel like we need to do more. Thank you.
Counselor Gilmore, a point of clarification. When you said that you would support a higher amount, were you talking to the amount in the amendment from Counselor Bullock, or just in general?
I would say in general, I don't have a specific number in mind.
Okay.
Because this is not about, counting beans. We're talking about pain. We're talking about suffering. We're talking about our reputation as a community, and it's hard to put a dollar figure on that.
Thank you. Counselor Mayo, and then Counselor DeSorger. Counselor Mayo?
Thank you, Chair. I wish to speak on the amendment on the table. Essentially, I would like to have, as Sheila so eloquently stole all my great ideas and my words. Thank you, Sheila. I want to really, truly, I want to thank you because it saves me a lot of words. But I echo her response, and I would completely support a higher amount. I wish we could send a higher or put the axe down on this department and really send a message to the mayor that she needs to do something, and she needs to do it in a manner that reflects what we've talked about, what the public has talked about, what the newspapers have talked about, what the social media has talked about. There's racism here. We need to fix it. And we fix it by the only way that we can. You know, it's been talked about that the head needs to be chopped off, but all we're going to end up is being chopped off the tail. But we need to send a message in the only way that we can, and that is directly to the mayor. You need to do your job. You need to take a look around and see what's going on, and cut or fire the chief, fire McCarthy, fire Clark at the very least. And if you do that immediately, these budget cuts wouldn't affect the junior personnel of our police department. That's first and foremost. And I don't think that the cuts that are on the table are going to be effective enough to do just that, because the police department has been institutionalized to believe that from the top down, that this kind of behavior is acceptable. And we need a review board, police review board, to basically do a review of all the police policies and procedures and standards and take a look at what needs to be changed. And so, although I would, as Sheila has had said, that she would support a higher amount, I'm not sure, I don't have a dollar figure, but it doesn't sound like it's enough to deal with what is on, what needs to be done. So I'm not sure at this time if I can support the motion, even though it's the only one that's left. I
can make
don't
another
think that, all right, I'll throw out an amendment to the amendment. I motion that we cut the budget from the amount given by Councilor Bullock to 650 from the salary, 650,000.
Second.
There's an amendment to the amendment that's been made for $650,000. Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. Councilor DeSorger.
Councilor Bullock brought this body around the last time that we had a rather heated discussion on capital projects and brought us to a compromise. Everybody doesn't see this the same way, and that's okay. But that was in a sense of fairness to the body. I thought this was the first amendment that came out was not voted on, and we went with the second one, which was the amendment. So I'd like to say I support Councilor Bullock's, and because it was a compromise. I felt that that was a reasonable compromise that included the salaries, although I heard the numbers. I think Officer Buchanan is already gone, but I heard the intent of that. And I think that we sort of need to listen to each other. So that's where we need to listen to each other and the people. So I am in favor of Councilor Bullock's amendment.
Councilor Bullock?
Yeah, I just want to say to my counselors, I also agree that the cut should be higher. And we have to come to an agreement with one another, and I'm aware of that. And so that is where my figure came from. I would support a higher amount, but I also want us to end our meeting at some point and to be able to make a significant transition and begin a conversation about what the next steps are in this process and not just let it be about cutting a budget line. In doing my research for tonight, there was two things that I came up with. One was a email that I sent to the council before I was a councilor in June of 2020, where I asked for us to reallocate funds specifically to mental health first responders, peer support, substance use response, domestic use, violence partnerships. And some of those things that I think that council can work on in the future are, things like making police records public, releasing police officers' personnel records, including discipline, eliminating qualified immunity, stop using paid administrative leave for police under investigation. There's ways that we do have there's other ways that we have to make the next point that we have to make, which is the accountability piece. And I thought, I was in it, the last thing I'm gonna just say before we move on is that I was in this training today and I heard a quote by an author activist that I really enjoy. And I thought of this group because I actually don't like being on council. This is terrible. I have not worked with men before. I've worked in nonprofits and human services, and the amount that you guys treat each other like trash is amazing to me.
Point of order.
I'm
Sexism, not appreciated, not appropriate here.
okay. This is my experience on the council is that I've experienced a lot of congeniality and support from female members, and that oftentimes the men on this council are getting puffed up with each other and hindering business. And the thing that I thought about is that actually this is a great learning experience for me. And the quote that I am going to share is from Adrienne Marie Brown, who said, "We have to cultivate relationships with people who can see more than you and who can see differently than you, so that together we can co-imagine to become something that works for everyone." And I think that that is like our next step that we have to get to, and the budget is the first step in that process.
We can't get there if you're hating on men just because they're men.
I'm not going to reverse sexism conversation with you, Jasper, I'm sorry.
I can have my own comments if I need to.
Excuse me, point of order, let's get back to where we are. Thank you, Councilor Bullock. Councilor Elmer?
I liked the 350, I voted for that, and it passed. I'm having a little trouble with the rationale for Councilor Bullock's because it includes a salary of someone who doesn't work here anymore, and it includes a salary of assuming someone's going to be fired who hasn't. I don't support the current amendment because it feels like just a number pulled out of thin air. Councilor Bullock's at least had a rationale to it. So that's how I feel about the current amendment.
477.
No, but there's an amendment on the floor.
650.
Right. I will vote no on the 650. I'll vote yes on the 477 because it feels like maybe we're headed there. I was happy with 350. Thanks.
Is there anyone that would like to speak on the amendment? Yes,
I'd like to make a point of information.
sure.
Any number that we vote on is going to be a number pulled out of thin air, because when it comes down to it, we're only amending that line. We don't really get to choose how it's spent.
That is correct. Is there anyone who would like to speak to the amendment for 650?
I will.
Councilor Toronto.
I tend to agree with Councilor Elmer on this. I think it's, I felt a little bit this way with the capital budget, and I'm kind of feeling the same way tonight. I'm certainly willing to make compromises. I think we started at a very high place. I think we did the same thing with the capital budget and then had to move the needle so far. And as I said before, while I understand the sentiment of it, it's the dollar amount is not going to change the inherent problem. The steps we take forward after that are going to change or help to change the problem. And if there's going to be the reason why I was very comfortable with where Councilor Forgy had put the number was those are the players that have been called out. If we're going to do this off of something like the salaries of the people that we would like to see go, even though we've already explained time and time again that we don't control that and it's going to be cut from the bottom, and obviously I think everybody can agree that that's a horrible thing to have happen to people who had nothing to do with the improprieties of somebody else. I'm okay with making that message, but it needs to have relevance, and I don't see the increase after that point because, as I think Vice President Gwynn stated, one person hasn't even had anywhere close to a trial on it, and the other person who was one of the other person that was being, or the other two people that were being tacked onto that are the plaintiff and the whistleblower's salary, which, I mean, they could be replaced. If one of them lost their job for something or kind of left the job for something that was terribly done to him, and the other one is maybe about to have something terribly done to him for standing up for that, I think that we could replace those people with some good folks to take their place and do some good things. I couldn't understand that rationale. I could understand Councilor Forgy's rationale of the message of why that number came. And I know that the number is, as President Gilmore said, it's just out of thin air anyway, but to me that makes at least some sort of rationale to making a statement.
Point of order, the discussion is on Councilor Mayo's amendment currently.
Right, the 650.
As I said, I did not want to support that, because it's going to have to trickle back down through the amendment to the amendment. My position is to not support the 650 nor the 477 for the reasons I just said, that I do not agree with the rationale.
Councilor Healy.
Yeah, kind of in line with Councilor Toronto. It's tough, and the statistics that really scare me or discourage me are the fact that out of the 8 officers being laid off at the 350 amount, remember, 2 are female and 1 is a minority, right? And what kind of message are we actually sending by doing that, right? That kind of hurts. That hurts me. That's going to hurt their families. It's not going to look good. So to go even higher, who knows how many more people in line are females or minorities, or, it's just a poor message in my opinion. So I don't support either amendment. I'm going to stick with my original decision.
Would someone like to speak to the 650 that hasn't spoken? Councilor Bottomley.
I think it's really important, following up on what people have said, that we listen to each other, and I do believe in compromise. And so I'd like to thank Councilor Bullock for I think finding a middle ground, so I would support the 477.
Would someone like to call the question on the 650?
I call the question. Jarvis.
Is it second? All those in favor of calling the question on the 650? Aye. Opposed?
Oh, sorry, I'm in favor of calling the question.
Opposed? Abstentions? We'll call the question, Clerk Scott. This is the amendment to the amendment for 650. So a no vote would knock out this amendment, and it would remain at 477, and then we would vote on the 477. So this is on the 650.
And request a roll call.
No.
No.
No?
Yes.
President Gilmore.
Yes. Yes.
Thank you. Counselor Lapinski.
Yes.
Counselor Mayo.
Yes.
Counselor Healy.
No.
Counselor Elmer.
No.
Counselor Forgy.
No.
President, Counselor Ricketts is not in the room. Counselor Toronzo.
No.
Vice President Gwynn, would you like to vote?
Yes. No.
The motion fails.
We are now returned to the amended amount of $477,000. Is there anyone that would like to speak to the 477 that hasn't spoken to the 477?
Can we get clarification on the amount, please?
One moment.
She's adamant that she wants to vote on the next one, but he needs 5 minutes for the minutes to come. She's not, she's right out in front. Okay. Okay, can we get clarification on the amount that Counselor Bullock reduced?
Councilor Bullock, can I have clarification on the amount you asked to reduce?
Yep, it's to reduce the salary line by $477,000, which leaves $3,062,163, I believe.
Thank you. Is there anyone that has not spoken to the 477 amendment? I'm just calling it so we stay on track here, that would like to.
Mr. Chair, I would like to speak.
Thanks, Doug. I couldn't see your hand in the little screen. Go ahead, sir.
I would like to speak to, in the spirit of compromise, I would support what is it, the 477 figure?
Yes, that's the amount.
That's current, okay. I would, in the spirit of compromise, and to keep things moving, or to get things moving, I would be in support of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that hasn't spoken? Councilor Lapinski, did you have something to add?
I want to call the question on this amendment.
That's a non-debatable, but I'm going to ask, before we call this question, for a 5-minute in-room recess. And I will not explain why I'm asking for the recess, but I'm going to ask that we take a 5-minute break within the room while we work on something that needs to be dealt with and to bring one of our counselors back. So I'm asking for a 5-minute recess before the motion. On the floor, it's to reduce by $350,000 from that line.
You could choose to.
Are there any discussions? Are there any discussions on the Councilor Bottomley?
I just want to say it's sad that I was hoping that we could listen to each other and come up with a compromise. I can't support this, and I don't think it sends the right signal to the community. So I'm disappointed.
Is there any,
I'll say I agree that it's really sad that we're gonna keep going round and round and do this longer. It's especially sad that counselors are choosing to vote based on their personal feelings towards other counselors rather than the business at hand.
We have Gilmore and Mayo.
Counselor Gilmore?
So to expedite the process, I would say an amendment to $500,000. If I could get a second.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded for amending that line to $500,000. I open the floor to discussion on 500,000. Counselor DeSorger.
I just would like to say this from a practical standpoint. In the end of the night, we have to pass the budget. And I think that's going to be difficult to do, quite truthfully, unless we came to a compromise. I was fine with 477. I wanted the whole budget to pass, but I just want you to think about that when we're voting.
You can, but you have to be.
Counselor Healy, you can amend the amendment.
I'd like to compromise and say $400,000.
Is there a second on $400,000?
I'll second that for the sake
Counselor
of moving this along.
Toronzo has amended the amendment to $400,000.
I mean, Counselor Healy.
I'm,
Counselor Healy with a second from Toronzo.
yes, thank you.
No problem.
So we are now opening comment on 400,000. On the amendment to go to 500,000, this is the amendment to the amendment now at 400,000. I feel like an auctioneer all of a sudden.
I will.
Counselor
I'll support-
DeSorger.
I will support
radio announcement.
Counselor Healy because he was actually trying to compromise, which is what people do.
Counselor Elmer.
I will also support Counselor Healy's amendment because I'd like to get home tonight.
Any comment, if you want to say anything?
Yeah, I will also support the 400,000.
While I'm here, I will also support the 400,000.
And I will as well.
Counselor Forgy?
Yes. I will as well.
Is there anyone that Counselor Jarvis?
I move the question.
Second.
All in favor of moving the question? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? I'm sorry. Doug, Sheila, just yell out if I miss you on the little hands. Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry.
okay.
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
A motion's been made. Question's been called.
Roll call.
This vote is for the $400,000 reduction of that line.
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor DeSorger.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
No.
Counselor Bullock.
No.
President Gilmore.
No. No.
Thank you. Counselor Lapiensky.
No.
Counselor Mayo.
In the spirit of compromise, yes.
Counselor Healy.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts.
Yes.
Counselor Toronzo.
Yes.
Vice President Gwynn.
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 yeses, the amendment passes.
All right. The amendment, here's what Will warned me about.
The amendment passed.
Yes. Are we back to the main motion? As amended.
Oh, I see. Yeah, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
So we're back to the main motion, made and amended several times, but initially made by Counselor Bottomley to 400,000. That would be
To
the,
negative 400,000.
that would be the main motion as amended,
Yes.
Correct.
and that is on the floor.
Say that 3 times fast.
Okay, so we are voting now on the main motion to reduce the line as amended to $400,000. Roll call vote.
Point of order, it's by 400,000, not to 400,000.
Correct. Reducing it by $400,000.
So can
I would
can I
have voted
ask
for that, but I
for
don't think it's fair.
Liz Gilman to confirm that reducing the salary line of the police department by $400,000, the new salary line would be $3,139,163. Liz, is that correct?
That is correct.
Thank goodness.
Roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
No.
Counselor DeSorger,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
No.
Counselor Bullock,
No.
President Gilmore,
No.
Counselor Lapiensky,
No.
Counselor Mayo,
No.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Ricketts. Yes. Counselor Toronzo,
Yes.
Vice President Gwynn, would you like to vote?
Yes, yes.
Motion passes by majority.
Thank you.
Now we need to go through expenses.
All right. Counselor Forgy, if you could continue with the police expenditures line.
The total police expenditure line is 299.
Yeah.
The total police department expenditure line is 299,938. Again, I believe this needs discussion on council floor.
Was there was no recommendation, clear recommendation from Ways and
We took the whole
Means?
police budget
Okay.
about a month ago. There were 4 yes and 1 no.
Before we debate this, I just have to say something because it's time. I just ask everyone to be civil and as cautious as we can. I know we're all in this for the same reason, which is the best things we can do for Greenfield. I don't think any of you have any alternative to be here. But we can't be sending counselors home because they're getting so upset at these meetings. It's just a bad reflection on what we all intended this to be. This is not what I wanted to do. I wanted to do the business of this city to the best of my ability, but we've just got to take a step back. As Councilor Bullock just mentioned, it's so intense here. You're so worried about making an error or making a mistake or saying the wrong thing because we don't let it go. I just want everyone to look at our business and do the best we can to get it done in the best way we can and continue to move forward, knowing that no one has got a mission here other than to do what's right. And I just ask that we all give each other a little bit of patience. We try our best to be courteous to each other. Some of my favorite people in this world, I disagree with them every day. So let's just keep that in mind as we move forward. Councilor DeSorker.
Thank you, Councilor Gwynn. That was well spoken. On this line, I just wanted to point out, and we don't need to go over it, but there will be differences because, first of all, there's going to be some differences because there'll be different salary line items if you're going down 5 or 6 personnel. I can do some numbers quick for you, but I did have a couple of things that I think you might have seen from whatever that were not the same as a great one for looking at other municipalities, and that was, I know that these are contractual, but I just wanted to point out that our clothing and uniform was not the same as in, like, almost any way, shape, or form to other municipalities. I just was having a rationale for this. The telephone had gone up astronomically, and there was one other part that I was looking at. So if somebody else can do the math on that. That was just sort of information as we're making, but I'll let somebody else make the motion. Thank you.
Was there any specific lines that you wanted to address right now? Because I can come back to you.
No, I think, I do not want to go through this line by line at all. That is just, it's not going to come from there anyways. They're guesstimates. It's a guesstimate on gas. It's a guesstimate on whether somebody's uniform is going to be good for the next year or whether there's somebody leaving or coming. But I would like to say that if you have a reduction in staff, you're going to have a reduction in expenses. And I did want to point out the line items that were over the norm. That's all.
Thank you. Councilor Lapinski? Oh, I'm sorry. Councilor Gilmore was before you, and
Sure,
then I'll come
please,
back. I'm
go
sorry. Councilor Gilmore.
I wanted to make a request before I make my statement, and that was, Counselor DeSorger read a letter when we were talking about the wage item. I know that was a long time ago, that was like 2 hours ago. I would like to discuss that a little bit more under new business, because I feel like that's not just about the budget, that's about more of a, there are other things besides the budget, so I'd like to bring that up under new business tonight.
If it's
Going along
before
with
1
what
o'clock in the
Counselor
morning.
DeSorger was just saying, and this goes,
Or even if it's not.
I'm sorry?
If we entertain new business, Sheila, and it's still today, that would be appropriate.
Okay, if it doesn't go on new business, I'll ask for it to be sent to committee chairs and we can talk about it in June. But, Counselor DeSorger just made a point about uniform and clothing allowances. When I was in the military, I used to get a clothing allowance because I had to buy combat boots, I had to buy, camouflage, I had, to maintain, my firearms and all these things. I used to get $250 and I didn't get it every year. I think I got it every other year. So I think she's onto something. When she's talking about $30,000, that seems like a lot of money to me. Who spends that much money on clothes? And $37,800, that's a lot.
Councilor Gilmore, I asked this question. Is Danny Letourneau still here? Liz, there is some kind of a contractual obligation with our uniforms, and
That is
as
correct.
and it's part of the union
contract.
and it takes on both pieces of
Yes.
both the clothing and is there a rationale to that? Councilor DeSorger's got her hand up.
I did not negotiate the contracts. It would be best to have Danny,
Okay.
or Chief, Interim Chief Gordon, if he's here.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I just knew there was a piece to that I had asked and it was answered. So Councilor DeSorger.
I did say at the beginning, I realize that this is contractual. And as we well know, the bottom line in expenses is going to be shifted around. Range, allowance, wages, or office supplies. It could be that you needed less in the office or whatever. I just wanted to point out that those, a couple of line items that were not in range with other municipalities. It is contractual, and in the end, you figure out how to pay the budget with what you have. We knew that from talking to Officer Gordon, so Chief Gordon, to come up, and he's had a tough night too. We just have to make a decision on what would seem reasonable, and I think you're gonna have several less employees to go down by a figure like blah, blah, blah. But those were some that were not in line with other municipalities.
No, I appreciate that. I was just saying that I knew there was some kind of, I thought that line looked high and was curious as to why it was there, and it was part of the collective bargaining on both there's two lines for
Yeah.
uniforms that I didn't understand. That, Counselor Forgy?
No, I was next.
Oh, I thought she was clarifying it. You are correct. I'm going to recognize Counselor Lapiensky. Go ahead.
I had a question for Director Gilman, and at the moment, I cannot remember what it is. But I do have a question specifically on these expense line items for the acting chief, if I may.
Chief, are you still here?
What was my question for Director Gilman?
I will once again just ask that they're relevant to the expense line.
They are.
Okay.
I have a question about the clothing allowance, and I'll get to that in a minute. But I want to ask about the fuel budget. And just let me finish my sentence, because it will be relevant to the fuel budget, and that is in here. So just don't cut me off until you hear the question.
Excuse me, I haven't said a word.
So my question is, typically, at least in my experience, when officers...
If someone's mic is open, I think someone on WebEx's mic is open. If you could close your mic. Continue, Councilor Lapiensky. I'm not sure where that was coming from.
In my experience, and I think it might be department policy, but typically, and so I'm just going to ask for whether or not I'm correct before I ask the question related to it. I want to make sure my facts are correct. Am I correct that it's generally, at least, department policy that when an officer goes out on a call, you leave the vehicle running during the call?
It is, and the reason is that our batteries have been dying because we have a watch guard system, which is the cruiser camera. We have a laptop, we have light bars, and all of the other electronics in the cars, especially when it comes to the hybrids, because the hybrids come off of a smaller battery that is more like a lawnmower battery. And although we've been asking the officers to not idle the cars, we've actually had to, when they were gas cars, we've had to back off of that when they're hybrids. But when they're hybrids, they do shut down when they don't need the gas, but they don't shut down when they still need the electricity.
Okay, fine, and there's some finer points there, but so I guess my question is related to the fuel budget. Is if you were to shut off the vehicles whenever they were not being actively used for transportation, how much money do you think it would save if you were able to figure out the little kinks of it? Because I'm sure there is a way, because you turn them off at night after the shift is over, so we know they can be turned off. So I don't know the technical details of how, but I'm assuming there's a way. So just humor me here. If we could do that, do you have any rough idea how much we could save on the fuel budget?
You have a really great question, and it's a question that we've actually battled back and forth. And
do you have a number?
the real main reason is for that cruiser camera. And what happens is it takes about 1.5 minutes for that cruiser camera to boot up. And that minute and a half, or I'm sorry, about 1.5 minutes to 2.5 minutes to boot up. And for example, if our officers were in, just to give you an idea.
Forgive me, Acting Chief Gordon, will you answer my question first and then elaborate?
Oh, well, I can't guess of how much it would save, but it wouldn't save much because the hybrid batteries, the hybrids only turn on for a very short period of time to recharge that little battery, and then they shut back off.
Except for when the AC or the heat is left on.
Oh, that would be fair.
Let's not debate with let's ask questions.
I'm going to guess that even with a hybrid, half the budget's going to that, because the engines run constantly when I see them out on a call. Next question has to do with the uniform expenses. We have currently 34 officers, correct? Or is it a couple less because there's like on leave or, but roughly that amount. So we're looking at just under $1,000 per officer in the 30,000 for uniforms.
Which line? There's two
I'm
lines.
looking
I want to make
at-
sure we're
I'm
talking
looking
about
at
the same
uniform
lines.
expenses 5556.
Okay, I'm sorry.
And I had these two numbers backwards in my op-ed for anyone who's paying attention.
So can you just
So
ask that question?
$30,000 is the uniform expenses line, number
Right.
5556. And for 34 officers, we're looking at around $900 per officer per year.
That's not where that money comes from. That money there is used more for a new hire. It's used for replacement of equipment, so if somebody's glasses broke, damaged equipment, so if they fell and they ripped their pants, it would be that type of equipment. But it's also used for community policing. So we have subdued uniforms, and so right now I'm wearing a traditional uniform. Last night I was wearing more of a subdued uniform that's a little bit less authoritative, and we've been using that when we go to mental health calls. The money for those types of uniforms would come out of that line there.
I see. And do you know why 2 years ago it was 15,000 instead of 30,000? It's a lot to go up in 2 years.
I actually don't. I didn't form this budget. I'm
understand.
presenting on the budget, but I didn't form the budget.
May I quickly ask Director Gilman if she knows?
You can, but I'm not sure that
I'll move on to the next
she would have
question.
that answer.
The clothing allowance. Echoing what President Gilmore said, it seems like a lot. Why do we need more clothing than uniforms? Aren't police officers normally using uniforms when they're at work?
That clothing allowance is contractual, and
I understand, but what is it used for?
that is used for everyday wear uniforms. So one is more damaged uniforms, new type of uniforms, detective clothes, court clothes. The clothing allowance is given to the officers to replace worn equipment, not broken equipment, but worn equipment. Your boots, for example, last maybe 1 year because they're used 5 days a week for more than 8 hours a day. And a pair of boots is $150. A pair of pants is about $125 to $150. These types of shirts are about $100. Winter coat goes for about $500. It's just, we have to get specific clothes. We can't just go to the store and get a pair of jeans. Well, we could, but we'd prefer not to wear have a uniform of jeans and t-shirts.
Do you have any policy in place so that the other clothes that are not specifically uniforms, such as court clothes, cannot be then used for personal use as well?
Correct.
So even those clothes are left at the station?
Most times, yes. Most times
Okay.
they're in the locker, but they do go home to get washed. The officers,
All right, and
normal
my
stuff.
final question, and then I yield the floor, is based on approximately the number of officers that would be cut based on the salary reduction that we just did, what percentage of these contractual expenses, I don't need a number, but a percentage, because you know how many officers?
I haven't done the percentage, but
You know how many
you're in the
officers?
area. Yeah, I can answer that. We're going to be laying off about 8 officers.
8 out of 34.
Yes.
And 8 out of 34, let's see, I'm gonna have to do math in my head, is a quarter. So with that in mind, I'd like to move that we reduce the bottom line total expenses by 25%, whatever that number is.
You're all set. Thank you. Thank you. We have two things going on here. One, somehow we need numbers. And second of all, if we're reducing, are we reducing the entire expenditures line only by the clothing?
No, by 25% of the total expenditures line, because all of these things are gonna be relevant to the number of officers.
Okay. Can someone get us a number? 75,000. So are you making a motion in that?
I did make a motion. I'm hoping for
But
a
it has to have
second.
a dollar
Second.
amount.
75,000 reduction, and seconded by Mayo.
So there's a motion on the floor to reduce the expenditures line by $75,000. I'll open discussion. Councilor Forgy, do you have anything on this subject from Ways and Means? Councilor Elmer. I don't think your mic's on, Councilor Elmer.
I had done some different math. We had reduced the salary amount by 11%. So I just took a crack at what if we reduced the total the expenses by 10 or 11%. And it came out to about $30,000. So I don't want to make an amendment, but that was more in the range of what I was thinking, 30,000, not 75,000.
Councilor Gilmore.
Wanted to point out that I don't think the rationale of reducing by 25% works exactly, because there are some fixed costs that are not going to change regardless of how many people are employed. Especially when you're talking about things like office supplies, building and maintenance supplies, things like, I mean, those things don't change. Those are fixed costs. So, I mean, I guess it doesn't matter, because anything that we put out there is going to be allocated how the mayor sees fit, but.
Just a point of
Food for thought.
information, I knew that, and I was also accounting for the bloating that I see in there.
Councilor Jarvis.
Thank you, if I may. This is the one part of the, of your budget that you can bottom line spend. So say they had extra money left in clothing, but their fuel costs, because fuel was, I don't know, we pay 15 cents lower than the pump, so right now it's $4.50 a gallon, I think, maybe, is what our contract, I don't know what our new contract is. But this is the one line item of this is one part of the budget that you can bottom line without permission to do. So if you go over in one, you can use a little extra money that's left in the other. So I just caution on taking a big chunk of this part of the budget, because I know from our experience at the fire department, we've asked permission to move some money around at the end of the year so we could pay our bills. So I just want to caution on that.
Councilor DeSorger.
I'd like to make an amendment or to have a discussion about if indeed you are losing 8 officers and you divided the expenses, which you can't do, as Councilor Gilmore pointed out and as Councilor Jarvis pointed out, it was 8,000 something. And I think something like a reduction of 25,000 to that budget might be something. I am thinking of the group here, and
Would you like to make an amendment?
Yes, I would amend that we reduce that to $275,000.
Do I have a second on that?
Second.
The
Second, Gilmore.
The motion's been made and seconded to reduce the line by $25,000.
A point of information.
Yeah.
That would, if it was reduced to 275,000 even, that would be a reduction of 29,938. I'm sorry, 24,938.
So the amended amount is $24,938.
Okay.
That's the reduction in the expenditures line. Now it's been seconded, Councilor Gilmore. So now I've got the floor open for the amended amount of $24,938. Is there anyone that would like to make a discussion? Councilor Elmer. Can you turn your mic on?
We had a line of nearly 300,000, and you're suggesting instead 24,000?
No, we're reducing.
Reducing it by,
Got it, okay.
sorry, that could have been me. It's reducing it by $24,938 is the amendment. Councilor Bullock.
Yep. I reluctantly will support this amendment. I think that this budget is on the leaner side of things. I do think that, you know, my strategy was to reduce salaries by a larger amount. And that would sort of address the per capita spending in a stronger way, because the expenses budget is relatively lean aside from the two lines for clothing and uniform expenses. So I, for the sake of compromise, will support Jeannie's amendment.
Anyone else that would like to speak to the amendment? Seeing none, we'll vote on the amendment on the floor to reduce that line by $24,938.
Can I ask one question, though, of Officer Gordon? You don't have to get up again. I'm wondering why the prisoner's meals is $0.
The House of Correction now makes the meals.
Okay,
If that was years ago, we would have to buy them from area restaurants.
okay, thank you.
Counselor Mayo, did I not hear you? It's gone. Maybe
No,
he's.
I'm
Doug?
fine.
Okay.
I'm fine.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I just didn't want to miss you. Seeing none, Counselor Bullock, was that, your answer is sufficient? Okay. Are all those in favor?
Roll call, please.
Let's do a roll call vote.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes?
Counselor Bullock,
Yes,
President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Lapinski,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yeah, yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Toronzo.
Yes.
Does the Vice President wish to vote?
Yes. Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Was that passed unanimously? Was that amended, was that an amendment? That was amendment. Now we are back to the motion, which is the same, because now the motion has been amended to reduce the line by $24,938. Are there any other discussions on the main motion? Seeing none, roll call vote. I'll just save you time.
Counselor Jarvis,
No.
Counselor Disorder,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes?
Counselor Bullock,
yes,
President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Lapinski,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Toronzo.
Yes.
Does the Vice President wish to vote?
Yes. Yes.
Before you declare the vote, should we get clarification from Liz on the new expenditure line for the police department with the reduction? The new amount would be $275,000 even.
Correct.
Thank you.
That, do we have to now vote on the total police line,
No.
or we're good?
Till we
Not
get
until
out
the
of
end of
public
total
safety.
public
I'm just making sure,
As amended.
as presented, as amended. Okay. Parking enforcement, is that where we are? That's what I have.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
That's on page 118 in your book.
God forbid it should go in order.
Counselor DeSorger, would it be a problem for you to move over and sit next to Counselor Forgy?
You have M&Ms. You need a better chair?
Is everything okay?
Yes, it is. We're being proactive.
I would love it if we could move the signs too, just because I think some people watching at home
Sure.
might look away from the TV and get confused.
We'll just bring that. We just, as Counselor Forgy is presenting the rest of the budget, Counselor
Ron says
Ricketts
what I-
was
yeah.
assisting her with that effort, and we just want to make sure that as we move through the process that we're ready to move forward.
Okay.
Okay.
As much as we argue, I love you guys, and I don't want anyone else going down.
No,
today.
no, we're just, I just, as Chris has a lot of paper shuffling and things to read and move, it helps if you have someone that can jump in, and Counselor DeSorger's been assisting in that
Always welcome.
area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Parking enforcement, Counselor Forgy.
Right, parking enforcement, we ended up having a 4-to-1 decision on this budget. It is total wages, $67,752. The total expenses is $76,000 for a total parking enforcement line item of $143,752.
And was there, I'm sorry, what was the recommendation from Ways and Means?
It was 4-to-1 in favor.
4-1 in favor. That means discussion is appropriate.
Sure.
Was there rationale for the dissenting vote, or Counselor DeSorger?
Why, it happened to be me. I had a question on the snow parking enforcement, and that question was answered, and I believe that we're all going to work together to make sure that the snow is enforced. So I will be voting in favor of the parking budget.
All right. Thank you for that. Is there anyone else with any discussion on that line? Counselor Lapinski?
I just want to note for the record that having lived in Amherst, having lived in Northampton, that the way in which parking enforcement is undertaken in the city of Greenfield, I think is appropriately cautious and is done, unlike various other things that I may or may not have already complained about, in a way that is, compared to other places I've been, adequate, but it's not overbearing. They're not coming down the residential streets and looking at the direction people are parked in front of their houses and things like that, in the way it's done in other towns. And so I just want to be on the record saying that this is one of the areas that I think the city's getting right.
Thank you. Is there anyone else with any discussion on this line? Seeing none, as presented. Dispatch Center.
Page
This would be Department
17.
213, Emergency
117.
911 Dispatch and Emergency Communications. Total wages requested was $721,641. Total expenses is $5,500 for a total dispatch budget of $727,141. This was split, 2 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 abstention.
Could I ask what page that's on in the budget book?
Sure.
117.
117.
Thank you, thank you.
Would anyone like to speak to the rationale? Counselor DeSorger, Counselor Forgy?
It's okay, go ahead. Yeah, that's fine.
This was, I think you saw from the information sent out that our municipality was not in line with other municipalities. And I think I sent out a lot of information on that. We do have 10 dispatchers now. They wanted to cut down the overtime, et cetera, but I would move that it stay at the line that it was for 2022, because it was a 22% increase, I believe.
21.66%.
Was that a motion, Counselor DeSorger? Second.
So the amount increased was $129,466. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
$129,466. So your motion is to reduce that line by $129,466?
And does that bring us to that?
Yep.
Yes, and then I would make a motion that total dispatch be $597,675.
594, you mean? Oh, I see. But we have to amend
597,600.
either the wages or the expenses.
I was hoping that we could do this together where there was only one thing in the expense, and it has stayed.
Yes, so let's just reduce the salary and wages line, and then we'll leave expenditures alone in this motion. So you're asking to reduce the salary and wages line by $126,966. That motion's been made. Has it been seconded?
I seconded.
Councilor Lapinski. Okay, discussion on that. I'm just looking at this. I can't remember because it seemed like it was so long ago. We just approved the capital improvements for the dispatch center, correct? We did that. So now we're reducing the salary and wages by $126,966. To me, that just seems like a lot of reduction for a $700,000 budget. Chief, is this one of the chiefs? Who takes care of dispatch center? Yeah, if one of you can come up, please. Councilor DeSorger.
I just wanted to go over the material, if you hadn't had it. Did you see the material from the other?
Go over it, please.
From other municipalities, and I would love to hear what the chief has to say. The dispatch from East Hampton, which indeed was shared, and they get a grant, they have a population of 16,311. Their dispatch was 326,531. Agawam, with a population of 28,854. Their dispatch was 621,620. I know that we did this via contract. Gardner, with a population of 21,287, the dispatch was 775,338. And Ludlow, with 21,233, had dispatch budget of 509,603. Westboro, with a population of 21,567, had a dispatch budget of 628,328. And Maynard, well, their population was different, and I'm not sure whether or not it was shared. It was a 22% increase, which was significant.
Chief, do you have an explanation to why there was a 22% increase? Because the budgets have been, if you look at the total budget line for in these departments, some were already down 11% in the request, but you asked, not personally, but the department asked for that amount, and it was put through for the mayor for the amount. So what was the rationale?
The rationale for that was in September, we lost 70% of our dispatching staff, mainly due to wages. There was the great resignation that happened across the entire globe. It affected us greatly. They went back to bargain, and they found that our wages were not competitive with Montague or Shelburne Control, and our dispatchers were leaving because of the low wages. So during the negotiation process, they raised the wages. Those are the lowest paid employees of our department, and I don't exactly know what their wages are. I don't have that book with me, but that's why there was a hike.
So it was based on the analysis that we were not in the correct market as far as pay scale. Is that,
That's what I understand. It's between the union and the mayor, but that's how I understand that went.
and is it your understanding, would we be able to maintain dispatch in its present form if we were to reduce that line or not do the increase of 126,000?
Our dispatch only has 2 people in the room at any given time. One typically dispatches for police. The other one typically dispatches for fire. They dispatch about 36,000 calls of service per year. They also help the DPW off hours. When you have an active fire, one person really can't handle all of that caseload and calling mutual aid, calling back firefighters back to the station. So our police dispatcher will offset that and help that fire dispatcher. And on the opposite side, when police get busy, the fire dispatcher helps police. So they work as a team for our city, but there's a lot of work to do in that room. And I can't imagine one person being able to safely control all of the assets that are in those calls at the same time and call back more help. To answer one more question, I haven't looked at all of the comps, but I do know departments like East Hampton only dispatch police. They don't, although they share, they're only doing the dispatching for the police. We did try to do that in September, and Shelburne Control, we asked them to help when we were in this dispatch emergency, and Shelburne Control would answer the 911 phone calls, but they wouldn't dispatch any fire trucks or any police. So we actually had to man it with police and firefighters at the time because there was nobody else willing to do that work for us. And we tried very hard to do those MOUs.
Thank you. Councilor Lampiansky.
Yeah, so I have a couple of questions, topical, for the acting chief. That's all right. First question is, given that we are estimating, based on the cuts that we just went through, a layoff of about 20 to 25% of the police officers, does that mean that there will be less work for that police dispatcher?
No, it's actually the opposite. Those dispatchers are going to have to try to handle calls that we can't respond to over the phone and help those people. There's 36,000 calls of service. They won't go away.
Right. My second question is, this just, again, I'm relating this to last month's discussion on the capital budget because I believe that money was appropriated to improve the dispatch center, and retention in any job has to do with pay, but it also has to do with working conditions. So my question is, if we improve the working conditions, would that make it more competitive regardless of salary?
Yes, but even with the capital budget that we're doing, it's not going to be raising the working conditions to all that much.
Yeah, I
It's
understand.
Still,
But it would make a difference. And I'm still struggling to understand, because the increase, we're reducing it in this amendment to what last year's was, but 2 years ago, it was only a little over half of what it is now. So if you go back just 2 years, it's an even more substantial increase. And it's hard to explain just with the explanation, you know, the first 125,000, but where'd the other 125,000 come from? The other 200,000?
I didn't draw up the budget from 2 years ago. I apologize. I don't have that information. I could get you that information, but I don't have it with me now.
Sure.
Thank
Well,
you.
Noted for the record. I'm thinking about it. I yield the floor.
Councilor Gilmore.
So I recognize that my experience is not representative of everybody in the world, but I will say we have a new employee in my office who used to work in dispatch in another community in Western Mass, And the reason that he left his job there was because it was very, very high stress for very little pay. So he's one of the lower paid employees in my office and deals with a lot less stress than he had at his previous position. So I think that, you know, what our acting chief is saying really, like, it makes a lot of sense to me. I think that, you know, more competitive wages is gonna make it, you know, easier for us to keep these positions staffed, and these positions are really important.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for,
Can
do
you
you have a question for Chief
I do.
also?
Yes.
Can I go to Counselor Forgy, then Counselor Bullock? Yes.
Chief, Dispatch Center, they have recently signed a contract, is that correct?
Yeah, they just recently signed it, after we put our budget in, but before the mayor put their budget in.
Okay. Is this the first contract that they, the first time they've negotiated or unionized, or have they always been unionized?
Oh, they've been unionized for probably 15 years.
Okay, because what I'm seeing here at this point are some new, some different types of contractual pay, you know, shift differential and longevity pay and things like that. So I just want to, the other thing is there's a dispatch uniform allowance that did increase as well. I think when we were talking about this during our Ways and Means hearing, we heard that there is, it's not an attempt, actually. There's an exercise going on right now to really professionalize this department, bring it right up to speed, providing uniforms, providing other benefits for these people as well. And I do have it marked in my book that the salaries did increase quite a lot, and you now have 10 dispatchers, is that correct?
It's either 9 or 10.
Okay,
We're striving for 10.
okay, thank you very much, thank you.
Let me just, point of order. I'm asking Counselor Bullock to go before Counselor Healy, who I said was next, because she has a question for the acting chief. And then if anyone else has a question for the chief, I would entertain that so he can go back and not sit there through our.
My question
program.
was about the number of dispatchers, so I'm good.
Okay, thank you. Counselor, do you have any other questions at this time? I can recognize you again, Counselor Bullock. You're good. You're good at right now.
I couldn't comment on
Let me come back to you. I just want to make sure. Counselor Healy.
Yeah, I would like to say that I was the other no originally, but after hearing what Chief said about, you know, the fire and quality of life and everything he just said, it kind of changed my mind. So I want to thank him for saying that, because I was under the impression it was only the police station. So, because Jenny's statistics, or Counselor DeSorder's statistics, were really eye-opening for me, so I said no. But with those new facts put in front of me, I think it makes sense. So I'm not in favor of the motion.
Counselor Bullock.
Yeah, I think when you do the math here, the, like, 10 people receiving $50,000 a year salary is very reasonable. The only questions I had about this were around overtime, which I had questions about in the police budget too. But I think that the amount, I looked at the statistics from the fire department as well, at the amount of calls that dispatch has to field for different things. And I am concerned with this one that reducing this by much would cause a burden to citizens who can't reach when they call.
All set. Thank you. Counselor Jarvis?
Yeah, I just like to comment that
Oh, that's right.
that when these people are receiving these phone calls, they're getting people in their worst moments. Somebody needs help, and somebody needs help immediately. It's a very stressful job. And then when you have another emergency going on, and then you're answering the phone, trying to dispatch. It's a very stressful job, and me for myself, I want people that are qualified, that are dedicated, and to get those kind of people, you need to pay for them. And 911 is a very important entity for the city, and I think we're striving in the right direction to get qualified people and get the correct amount of people in the dispatch center. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Charanzo.
I'd also just like to add to what Councilor Jarvis was saying. I think another caveat that might get lost in a profession like this is the amount of extra shifts and whether or not that means overtime. There's also forced, when these people are forced to do 16-hour shifts. They have to uproot their life that they had planned just, hours before because something happens with staffing or whatnot. And I mean, I don't know. I honestly have no problem with the amount of wages. I think we should be highly competitive. I think a lot of, we talked about this at Ways and Means, and I think maybe if I play back the tape, said similar thing, that sometimes with comparisons to other municipalities, it can be different with the structure, as we were just talking about with East Hampton. And some cover more, some, like, I would also assume because East Hampton is, maybe this is a bad assumption, but because East Hampton's next to Northampton, I know that Montague and Greenfield have done it before, like a kind of mutual aid thing, where someone from well, I'm only saying this, my sister's dispatch in Montague, and I know that she was coming over to assist Greenfield at times. So that was also juggling that part of the schedule and taking on responsibilities outside of that. Yes, I mean, I don't have a problem at all, and if there's, I mean, I think especially now, if there's one thing to staff, that you can make sure. Some of us hate being on hold for anything or waiting 30 seconds with elevator music in the background while we're trying to get a hold of customer service, because there was a charge on our credit card. I certainly don't want to be sitting on hold waiting if there's an emergency, because we understaffed the people who have to answer the phone.
Thank you. Councilor Elmer was next, and then I'll go to Councilor DeSorger.
These are hardworking people. It's a high-stress job. I wouldn't support a reduction. Thank you.
Councilor DeSorger.
I'm going to go with the group on this, but I think that was, if you look at all the parts of this, basically probably going from basically 50,000 with the other shift differentials and holiday to like 63, and then we also added to the dispatch overtime significantly. It's heavy, but maybe somebody else will be doing the budget. And so I could go with that because for the group.
Thank you. I'm just going to quickly, I haven't told any stories, but before I lived in Greenfield, I lived in Goshen, yes, and I grew up in Holyoke. So you're talking about the city boy that goes way out to the country, and in Holyoke, it was a big police force. It was a big fire force. The firemen were very busy in my youth in Holyoke, I'll tell you that. But I was used to immediate response. That's how life was. So we got to Goshen, and I had an emergency. I was young, had an emergency at the house, and I called, and I'll never forget this. I called, and it went like this. Hey, this is Roy. If you're calling after 6 p.m., if this is emergency, call the state police. The state police cover from after 6 p.m. And I'll never forget that. I looked over at my wife and I said, they just told me to call somebody else, and I called 911 or whatever. So it's just kind of a funny story, but it just to me shows there's a lot of places to micromanage a budget, and that's our job. That's our job. That's what we do. We look and we do that. I'm not sure dispatch is the one that I would pick to do that with for myself. If we want to have any of our constituents have faith in us, let them call and not be able to get help in that minute. And so I would maybe agree that it's a huge increase, but if it's to bring people into a pay bracket that's consistent with other places and locations, and we weren't getting the staff we needed, then I'm leery. But I do think it's a lot of money to increase in a single year. But I won't support the amendment. Councilor Lapinski?
I just want to say that, like Councilor Healy, the discussion on this has made me believe that we do need to fund them at this amount. And I'd like to call the question on this amendment.
If no one else wishes to speak, does anyone else wish to speak?
I can withdraw my amendment for the sake of time. Would you like?
I'll withdraw my second then.
The amendment's been made, withdrawn,
We should have voted on it.
as, what's my word? As presented. Fire. Oh, I wasn't screaming fire in a public municipality. Okay.
Do something, Bob.
Chief, please, don't take me out. It was not my intention. We are now moving on to the fire budget.
Which is on page
Page 112
114
in the budget book.
112.
It's Department 220. The salary line item was $2,680,520. And the total expense line item is $236,400. So a total fire department budget of $2,916,920.
Yep, you're right.
$916,920. And this whole budget, both salary and wages and supplies, both were unanimous decisions by the council, a unanimous recommendation by Ways and Means,
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this
as presented.
as presented? We'll move on to a building inspector.
Building inspector, yep. Building inspector, that's Department 241. The total wages were $220,155. Total expenses, $8,300. Total building inspections budget, $228,455. Unanimous as presented.
I'm going to say as presented, but I just have a question, because we just talked about the dispatch center for, 10 minutes at a 21% increase, but there was a unanimous decision for the building inspector's office to go up 31. Councilor DeSorger?
That's because they were adding along needed personnel.
I was just curious. Councilor Jarvis?
Yeah, just to expand a little bit on Councilor Disorder, Building Inspector Snow, I see him quite regularly now on a different, I used to work with him, now I see him on a different professional basis. Had trouble retaining personnel because they were leaving two different municipalities who were paying more money for an assistant certified building inspector. So he was getting help until they found another job and moved on. So that was kind of his problem. And quite honestly, he's in a department that used to have 3.5 people, and now he's down to, with this person, he'll be at 2. So he's still underfunded and under personnel.
Thank you. Councilor Lapinski, did I miss you? I'm sorry.
I don't think you missed me, and I don't need to go before anybody in particular. There's something I want to say, so I want to be somewhere in line. Here I am.
Go ahead.
I can't fix this, but this is a department I think is chronically and critically underfunded, even at the increased amount. And I'll tell you, because I started working on my house in, oh God, this isn't even going to be a story. I just need to remember dates here. Let's call it November of 18, and finished it May of last year. And I went through a lot of building permits, and It took a month one time for Mark Snow to even show up to look at what I was asking for a permit for. And for most of the time, during that time since then, there's been him. Really, there's 3 positions. And it's partly because they're not paid enough, but so that, there's that. But I just want to really focus, and I'm going to say the same thing when we come to the health department, but I'm going to say it now and just say, same thing. The $3,000 line for legal expenses, yes, it's a lot more than it was 2 years ago, but I think what I want everyone to know, for those who don't, especially on the council, when we have discussions, as we have had in committees and at the March remote council about landlords and taking them to court and all that stuff, the $3,000, that's what Mark Snow has to take these people to court. And I don't know how you sue anyone for $3,000. And the health department gets $4,000. So between them, they can afford a couple dozen hours of lawyers per year. And if we don't start funding those legal line items, no, we're never going to be able to hold Ted Burrell and the other accountable.
All right, thank you. Doug, Councilor Mayo, did you want to talk on the building inspector?
I'll take your lead that you said yesterday is anytime you feel like you want to commend a particular department to please do so. And I wanted to take a moment to commend this department highly because they've been for a long time understaffed, and their situation hasn't changed in terms of the job that they must do, but they've done a lot of juggling to get things done with the staff or lack of staff that they have to the best of their ability. So I really have to take my hat off to the people in this department, and geez, they need more assets in the chairs. So anyway, kudos to this department.
Thank you. As presented, plumbing and wire inspection.
Does anybody know what page? Oh, I found it.
A microphone, it might be off. Plumbing
Is
and
that
wire inspection
246?
as presented.
As
Any
presented.
discussion? Okay. As presented. Sealer of weights and measures.
As
Wait, I hadn't even found the.
Oh, I'm sorry.
wiring. Is that budget 246?
I'm sorry.
No, it's 244. No, weights and measures is 244. Where's wiring and plumbing?
Plumbing and wire
below it.
inspections.
Is that 246? So it's 246 FR COG inspection program?
Yep.
I
Yes.
don't have any questions on that. I just want to make sure that I can even get to the page before you say as presented.
No,
Please and thank you.
As presented. Sealer of weights and measures.
As presented.
Any discussion? As,
No,
yes.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Why did it go down by almost half in 2 years ago, since 2 years ago?
I have no clue.
Maybe Director Gilman would be able to answer that.
Councilor DeSorger, do you have a?
I don't believe that would be within Director Gilman's purview. I think probably Mark Snow at that, but I think we should just celebrate when something goes down. That would, but I don't know the exact reason. I think Mark would know that.
Let's, I'll just make a note to get that information, because we're not going to have anyone else here this evening that's.
Oh, Director Gilman's not on the line?
No, she is, but I don't know if we could ask.
Oh, come on, let me ask.
Oh, I can, Director Gilman, are you still with us?
Yes.
Do you have any
I
idea,
am.
just, is there explanation of why that went down? Is that what we're asking, why it went down
It's,
2
yeah, it
years
went
ago?
down by a lot the year since, from 21 to 22, and since it's a critical office, of course I just want to know why.
Weights and measures is what we pay the state. So it's not that they come and do it and we pay them.
Got it.
Well, we appreciate them not, maybe they didn't need to come because no one was weighing things during COVID. Yeah, so, all right,
We were all weighing ourselves.
yeah.
We were.
And they went in the wrong direction for most. As presented. Okay, animal inspector.
$3,000, unanimous and as presented.
Yes?
Oh, yes,
I'm not
thank
going to quibble with the amount, and I'm not even going to tell the story. I just want you all to know I've had some really intense, awful experiences with the animal inspector, even though I don't have any animals, on multiple occasions.
Thank you. Anyone else? As presented. It is 10 o'clock. I am going to take a 5-minute recess at this time. We are resuming at 10:13. Councilors Mayo and Gilmore, you're with us.
I'm here.
Doug?
I'm here.
Okay. I just didn't want to start without anybody. We're done with that page. Emergency management.
Department 291, emergency management, total wages, $5,500, total expenses, $16,000, total emergency management budget, $2,150, unanimous as presented.
21,500 as presented. No, go ahead, Councilor Lapiansky.
I have a question. What is this? For
Excuse me?
anyone.
Chief?
Tells you right at the top of the page.
I want to make sure I'm voting on something I know what it is.
No, that's, if, don't ever vote on anything that you're not comfortable with.
Great question. Thanks for asking it. Emergency management is something that you don't hear about until there's an emergency. And so what it is, it sounds ridiculous, but it's true. So the last big event for us for emergency management was the COVID response. This facility was turned into an emergency operations center for about 5 months, and it's the emergency management job to not only coordinate that, but to secure state and federal resources to assist with the emergency, and also work with the finance director and all the departments for recovery and reimbursement for expenditures spent during an emergency. In 2011, we were active with with Hurricane Irene, and so my job as the emergency management director is not only to oversee the operations center, but to make sure that these citywide emergency plans are up to date and ready to go. And that's what we do.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you.
As presented. Animal Control Office.
Oh, I thought we did. Wait,
Department-
didn't we just do that?
No.
Animal
No,
inspections versus
animal inspection is livestock. Animal control
I
is
see.
domestic, like
My
domestic
comment prior
pets.
was referring to animal control, but I'm not going to make it
And
again.
I believe I'm right on that piece, in that separation.
It's Department 292, Animal Control, total wages, $27,909, total expenses, $1,600, total animal control budget, $29,509, unanimous as presented.
As presented. Total public safety
Chair Gwynn,
is amended, yes?
could I know that this was as presented, but after having received emails that part of this was included, I just wanted to put on the record for people who didn't see the Ways and Means that I just had heard some comments.
Sure.
That this was a very underfunded position. But if people had watched the Ways and Means to get the discussion, it is actually just a portion of the animal control officer because we share it with other
Community.
other communities. So just so that,
So
in case people are watching
it's a
this one.
shared animal control
Yes, so in case you're watching
situation.
this one instead of the one where we talked about it.
I believe we have amended a total public safety line.
Yeah, a point of order, though, when we're going through things, it really is prudent before you declare it as presented to say, and I actually think this might be procedure, is there any discussion, which you had been saying at the beginning you've laxed on. That way someone has a chance to raise their hand if they want to say something.
I appreciate
Which in this
the
case I don't.
input. Director Gilman, if we can get a total for the total public safety line. We want to make sure we get this right, so.
I have 7,592,807.
That, all three bodies that are keeping track,
Tracking.
all have the same number. Clerk Scott, Counselor Tronzo, and Director Gilman. Now you've all even impressed me, so we're doing well. All right, we don't need to vote on that. We just say now, do we have to vote the line, or we're as presented and amended? Any discussion? Okay, as presented, as amended. Education.
We start with Greenfield Public Schools. It's $20,981,080. That was unanimous.
I can't find that number.
Any
It's
discussion?
on 127,
It says 20.
Page.
and the number does differ.
Yes. That's not what's in the book.
But I'm seeing 21 million.
Right.
I have 20,981,080.
This was reduced, let's see, let me just go back up
I
here.
remember.
It's,
It was a reduction
it
of
was
1 million.
what was in the requested was not the same as what the final was. So we are showing right now in our book for that particular total,
Got it.
that was the requested, it was not the final. So the final is $20,981,080.
And that was unanimous positive?
It was.
Okay.
Just a point of order, do we have the authority to cut this budget? I don't want to, but
We do not, it's the only budget that we can
We can certainly add to this.
We
budget.
can add to the school budget,
but only if they request it.
but they have to request the added
So in this
dollars.
case,
Is that right?
In this case, we
Director Gill?
are obligated to take it as presented. We cannot cut, we cannot add.
Because they have their own committee, it gets a little complicated in our effort, but we'll get explanation. Counselor Gilmore, did you have a hand up? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't think so. Oh, it looks like Councilor Mayo does.
Counselor Mayo, I'm going to go to Director Gilman. Can I come back to you?
I just wanted to say that I was just kicked out like 3 times in a row, and wanted to make sure that I was still able to get into the meeting, and people could hear me.
We can hear you. You're showing
Because
on.
it was very strange. It was like I was basically suddenly just kicked out 3 times in a row.
I will say this, Counselor Mayo and will back me up. You didn't miss a vote during those kickouts because we
Okay,
have.
great. Thank you.
We haven't changed anything in several minutes.
Thank you.
Director Gilman, I'm sorry. Could you just give us the rationale on the school budget on adding or reducing, just so we're clear?
Oh, whether you can add or reduce?
Whether we can add or reduce in the process and how that works and why we have to bother doing this if we can't do either.
Well, we have to appropriate funds.
Thank
For
you.
the school. That's number one, so you have to vote it. Just as any other department, they request a certain amount and they don't necessarily receive the amount requested. You see that throughout the entire budget. Generally, I don't know if any of you were able to watch the budget presentation, but there's a lot of costs contained within the general budget that pertain to the school. For example, school health insurance, school benefits, part of the retirement. So it's a pool of money, and generally speaking, about 40% goes to increases in insurances. That's kind of a round number, but generally you can't increase the budget, as I had stated before, that they need not only to request it, but I also had Kathy Scott research whether we had accepted a certain law that allows you to do that, and apparently we have not. So I don't believe we can increase it, period, from the mayor's recommendation.
Okay.
So, any questions on how the budget works with the school, I'm here.
I think we're good. The counselor that asked that information isn't here. So we'll move
Okay.
on. Is there any other discussion on this line? As presented. Tech school.
Yep, 399, tech school assessment. This was a changed number in the book, and the reason is these were numbers that were given that were not correct originally, and then there's been a reduction in this budget on these two line items. For the Franklin County Tech School, the number is $1,283,883. You won't see that in your book, but that is the correct number, $1,283,883. And then Smith Vocational is $20,000. So the total tech school assessment is $1,303,883.
That would be our total, yes, our
That
total
is the
regional
total
schools.
as presented, unanimous.
Any discussion on that? As presented. Talk fast. Public Works.
Public Works, let me just see, the operating budget, we'll go through that. Operating budget 411, administration and engineering, total wages 356,881, total expenses 39,400, total engineering budget 396,281. It's unanimous, as presented.
I'm sorry, are we on Public Works operating budget?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and you just did which lines? I'm sorry.
Well, hang
The
on.
salary and wages and expenditures and
Can I
the,
jump in on this?
Yes.
Yes, please, Liz.
Sorry. Public Works, many of the departments are all voted as one number. So that's why you have to refer to the summary sheet.
okay.
Okay. no problem.
So that it's multiple pages within the budget book, but they are voted, and this is common in municipalities because there's so much that goes on in their departments. They're voted as one salary and one wage, so that there is some flexibility within Public Works.
Okay, thank you, Liz, for the clarification.
Yeah.
I do want to say before we get started that all parts of DPW budget were unanimous.
Yeah.
So the total operating budget is $2,338,560. The total on snow and ice removal is $217,800. So the total Public Works budget is $2,556,360.
That's the number I have also. Discussion. Recommendation?
It was all-
Positive, unanimous, as presented.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay?
I'm sorry, Counselor Mayo?
Thank you. Can you hear me? I just
Yep.
wanted to make sure that, anyway, this is another department that I feel needs an extra pat on the back for what they do for this town. And they're understaffed and underfunded, and they are not paid nearly enough for what they do for this town. And I can't say enough for them, even though I live, and I'm not just saying that because I live on the same street that they have their department, and that they plow my street. But they also plow in my driveway. But I still appreciate them and wave to them every time they come by, regardless. But I can't say enough good things about this department and highly approve of everything that they do. And I wish to, every time that I ask them about a sidewalk that needs to be fixed, they immediately go out and send out a person to take a look at the sidewalk and assess what the problem is, and they, if it's within their purview, they fix it. And they fix it immediately with professionalism and courtesy, and again, can't say enough good things about this department and Marlo and his team.
Thanks,
Thank
Doug.
you.
Of Marlo, just how many people are in your department, Marlo?
Water, it's tricky because all the budgets, I got two enterprise funds, but my board chart I sent out fully staffed 68.
So this permanent salary and wages full-time is 60, okay, so, okay, you'd have to add the 4 together, I see. Yeah, I just agree that this is an area where we need to staff more highly. When I was looking up about like the most dangerous jobs, it was like construction, garbage men, those sort of jobs are high injury. And so I'm gonna take a look at salaries and wages more closely after this, and hopefully next year can be better funded.
Counselor DeSorger?
I just wanted to echo from, I think that was pretty much from Ways and Means, that same message that Councilor Mayo had came across at our meetings, but just to say that publicly. Thank you.
So total public works as presented? Counselor Lapinski, I'm sorry.
I just have a comment. One of the previous speakers referred to trash collectors as garbage men, and I have seen women doing that job, and I think they do a great job.
Total public works as presented. Other DPW-related expenses?
Department 467, street cleaning, 37,000. Department 470, trash disposal, 395,000. Department 491, cemeteries, $7,556. Total other DPW expenses, salary and wages, $439,556. Unanimous and as presented.
Any discussion? Counselor Lapinski?
Why do we pay for cemeteries? They're normally privately owned.
Pardon? Do what?
Cemeteries are privately owned, yeah?
No.
Not
No, we
all
have
of them in
publicly
the
owned
municipalities.
cemeteries. We do not have a salary.
Director Warner?
We maintain 3.
I see. And we do not have a salary and wages line because that is done by other DPW staff, correct?
Correct, that's currently being covered by the Parks Department. I once
Okay.
had a summer help or 2 in that line. That hasn't come back from a few years ago.
For the record, I didn't hear a thing that Marlo said.
Yeah, Director, would you like to come forward just while we're here? Thank you, Doug. That's a good point, especially for the people watching at home when we ask you to answer a question. I apologize for doing that.
Can you hear me, Counselor Mayo?
Yes, I can. Great, thank you.
So the DPW maintains 3 cemeteries in the community. And the question was, there was no salary line item. We cover that with the Parks Department. I once had 2 summer help listed under salaries and wages, but that was cut out, I think, back in November of 20, I believe. And I have not put it back in to this point.
Thank you.
That covered everything.
Total other DPW as presented. Human Services. Thank you.
Department of Health,
Thanks for being here 2 nights to be here for us. Thank you.
Department of Health, 511, total wages, $221,400, total expenses, $23,200, total health department, $244,600. It was unanimous as presented.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Go ahead, Counselor.
Again, this is another one of those departments that's highly underfunded and understaffed and underappreciated for all the things that they do and are responsible for. Inspecting our stores and some homes when they need to be. They, I can't say enough good things again about this department because of what they have to do with the number of staff that they have. It's amazing to see. So I just wanted to say that this is a department that needs a good huzzah. Let's say that.
Counselor Lapinski.
I want to echo what Counselor Mayo just said. I'm not going to repeat, but I'm going to just refer to my earlier comments about the building department and the legal line item, which they could easily use 10 times what they have on that. Here's something else I want to say, and this applies to this department and other departments as well, I believe, but it was brought to my attention by Director Jen Hoffman. We all see in all of these departments FY23 request, FY23 mayor. What that means is the request, and you all know this, but the request is what the department says they need, and then the mayor and her staff and Director Gilman look at it and figure out whether they can afford all of it, and if necessary, come up with a reduced number. But Director Jen Hoffman told me, and my guess is other departments were told this as well, she must request a level funded budget. She was not allowed to even ask for more money, whether it was needed or not. So one of the reasons this department is underfunded is because the mayor, Liz Gilman's shaking her head, but this came from the mayor, not from you. The mayor called Jen Hoffman and told her, do not request more money, you're not allowed to. And she didn't know that we would be seeing this FY23 request, so she didn't understand that we would be able to see that difference. And I think that's a disgrace and shame on the mayor for that. We need better stewardship of our city than that.
Thank you. Clerk Scott, as a department head, tell me how that works.
So it's true that that department heads did get instructions from the mayor's office to level fund, but we were allowed to request more. In my initial budget to the mayor, I requested what I thought was needed. Didn't get everything I wanted, but I did request it. So you were allowed to request it. You were instructed to level fund, but you were allowed to request.
But
In my
those two things are in
experience.
contradiction. Instructed to not request and allowed to request or.
Yes,
Thank
but
you.
you were allowed to request it.
Thank you, Clerk Scott. And am I reading this correctly, that health inspection had an increase of 16.76%?
Yes, that's correct.
Any other discussion? Councilor DeSorger? No. Seeing none. As presented? Council on Aging.
Council on Aging is Department 541, salary and wages, $157,704. Expenditures, $4,050. Total, Council on Aging budget, $161,754. Was unanimous, and the budget is as presented.
Councilor DeSorger.
Remember, you're in their building.
Counselor,
It was like
Counselor Mayor, your mic is on, I think.
Yeah, no, I think he was
All right,
just directing
okay.
to us.
So,
Yes.
on the Council on Aging budget, I want to point out, it was as presented. They serve 4,000 seniors, and almost crying to have had a $45,000 social worker. When you think of the seniors that were in during COVID and the long-term implications. And I know nobody, when we're talking about there's so much money in a pot, and you look at another thing that we just talked about that went up such a percent, it all comes out of one budget. The same with Clerk Scott, who does a fabulous job, which I neglected to say, but I know I know a part of what you do. This was a shame, in my opinion. They do a great job.
Councilor Mayo? Councilor Mayo, you're not talking?
Muted.
You're muted if you're trying to talk to
Sorry.
us. Okay.
I'm sorry. Again, I want to commend the Council on Aging. I've had many constituents and from beyond, out of my precinct, say how much that this community center means to them for all the programs that it offers, and that and the way that they are welcomed into this community center. And even people in connection with the pot cultivation center, that that they're worried about, because the community center has this is a little off topic a little bit, but the community center has, like most places now, have a scent-free sign on the door. And that I had a constituent call who exercises regularly at the community center, who was afraid that because the smell of the pot would get on her and that she would not be allowed in the building as a result, that she was afraid that she would not be able to exercise in the building as a result because of the smell, because it would be in her pores and it would certainly be on her clothes, and that was there anything that I could do about it? And because that's an ongoing conversation, I said that I couldn't do anything about it immediately, but that I would talk about it, not at the budget meeting, but at
Well, that's a good
any
thing.
other meetings, at any other meetings that the cultivation center would come up. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Mayo. Can I just ask that, I do appreciate when we commend a department or do that. It's very nice, but if we could leave it brief so we can get through our agenda, and unless it has to deal with what? The budget, because that's what we're trying to talk about, is really get into this. Council on Aging, we heard from Councilor DeSorger that made some good points. We see that that's a department that asked for a lot and got quite a bit less. As presented. Veterans Services.
Veteran Services salary and wages, $238,707. Expenditures, $291,333. Total, budget for veteran services, $530,111. Unanimous as presented.
Counselor Lapinski?
Yeah, I need an explanation on why we have a police detail line item in here. Oh, I'm sorry, that's in expenses. I don't have a comment on, oh, but we haven't
No,
divided.
it's total. If it's in the veteran services, then,
But that means that I should allow anyone who has a comment or question on wages to go first.
oh, no, don't worry about it. Just go
Okay,
ahead.
so I need to know why we have a police detail line item in here.
Counselor Forgy?
All right. So typically speaking, what this means is that departments, for instance, for a parade, they're going to need, like a Memorial Day parade, for instance, they're going to need police to direct traffic and for crowd control. They have to pay out of their budget for police outside detail. It is the way that things are structured in the city.
I see.
Other outside details would be paid by vendors that would be purchasing police services for road details and things of that
Got it.
nature. But this is an interdepartmental piece, and that's what it's for.
I see, and why is it that it's only existed for last year and this year, and previous to that it didn't?
I cannot answer that question for you.
Director Gilman?
That's the actual, and there was no Memorial Day parade during COVID.
I imagine there
Oh.
weren't parades during COVID.
Thank you.
Okay.
Counselor Gilmore?
Further questions?
Counselor Forgy summed up what I was going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion on that? As presented. Are we going to take total human services as one line, and then we can differentiate?
We still have total human services as one line, yes?
Okay, so you've got 4 more there. Okay, I'm sorry. Yep.
So the next is,
Domestic violence.
Domestic violence. This is a commission. And let me just, and it was appointed. It's a mayor's task force. It's listed as Department 546, Mayor's Task Force Against Domestic Violence. There is one line item, it is for expenses. It is $800. This was unanimous, and it is as presented. If I may continue for just a second?
Yes.
Thank you. This basically is a group of people from the community who meet periodically. They come from all places in their community. There is also police representation. There is representation of different organizations. The hospital is there. There are some community folks that come in. There are some citizens. There are some victims. This was started to bring more awareness to domestic violence in Greenfield 20 years ago. That's when it was started. At this point, it's all volunteer, so there are no salaried employees involved, and the expenses are to support the work that the committee does. And also, as part of this, they seek out connections within the community, and they also seek out grant funding and things of that nature. So I just wanted to, it would be wonderful if we could have a department, a bona fide department in the city of Greenfield to address the issues of domestic violence. But 20 years ago, there was nothing, and so this was an attempt to put something in place.
As presented?
As presented.
Any other discussion? As presented. Human Rights Commission?
Human Rights Commission is 542. It only has an expense line item of $300. Again, this is a commission that is appointed by the mayor, and this is for expenses only. These are volunteers that step up to the plate. It was
As presented.
unanimous.
Any discussion? None?
I just have a point of order. Why is it that the Human Rights Commission and the Youth Commission have the same budget number, 542?
Because they all fall under a accounting system that recognizes that they are in what do I want to say, a certain category.
Okay.
They differentiate by the numbers that are within that category.
Human Rights Commission, as presented.
As presented,
Disability Access Commission.
as presented,
Once again, it's a volunteer board.
yes.
Members. As presented. Youth Commission.
The same $1,500 as presented.
As presented.
Mhm.
Culture and Recreation.
The library is first. The library is Department 610. Total wages, $608,107. And total expenses is $127,000. Total library budget, $735,107, unanimous as presented.
Seeing no discussion, as presented. Recreation.
Recreation, Department 630, they have total wage line item. Your booklet says, if you're looking at the booklet, it says total expenses, but it should be total wages. That is $206,000, $206,728.
Recommendation.
Yes, it was unanimous as presented.
Seeing any discussion, as presented. Historical Commission.
Department 660 has a total expense line of $1,100, unanimous as presented.
As presented. Bonded debt services.
Bonded debt.
The debt
One of our
service
very
line.
favorite things. Right.
Now we might need Director Gilman even more. Time to wake up. There we go.
There we go, time to wake up, you're right. We have bonded debt principal, which is $1,545,000. That's unanimous. Bonded debt interest, $901,354. And short-term interest is $50,000 for a total debt service of $2,496,354. Unanimous on all of those as presented.
Seeing no dis-
I do, well, you didn't ask for this. I do have a question, which really is just, isn't this one of those things where we don't really have a choice since we owe the money?
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yes.
And so I'm bringing, thank you. Really what I want to know is, why are we voting on something that we don't have a choice?
Because we still have to appropriate it.
It is.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Our vote has to
Okay.
appropriate.
I just want it noted that that seems like inefficient use of government time.
Noted. As presented.
Miscellaneous, next, the FERCog core assessment is $90,530, unanimous as presented.
Seeing no discussion, as presented.
Yeah, I'm good. That's-
Contributory retirement.
Yes, as presented, it's $5,566,762, unanimous.
Any discussion? Counselor Jarvis.
Yeah, I just want to, for the record, I'm going to abstain on this part of it because this directly affects me. So just for the record,
We appreciate that.
thank you.
And I must also do that as well. I have to recuse myself because it does affect me as well.
Noted. I'll take over the explanation from here. Obviously, contributory retirement is one of those mandated obligations that we've been talking about. Any discussion other than the two as presented
With two abstentions.
with the abstentions for the proper use? Workers' compensation.
Workers' comp, $395,000, unanimous as presented.
workers' compensation as presented. Unemployment compensation.
Unemployment comp, 120,000, unanimous as presented.
Unemployment compensation as presented.
Employees' health insurance, $8,372,520, unanimous as presented.
Counselor Jarvis.
As before, abstain.
And I have to recuse.
Counselor
as well.
Forgy.
I have to recuse.
Any other discussion on employment health? So it's as presented with 2 abstentions. Employee life insurance.
$124,000, unanimous as presented. I do not have to recuse myself because I do not take the insurance.
Counselor Jarvis.
I have to recuse myself. I do take the insurance.
Any other as presented with 1 abstention? Medicare match.
Medicare match, $489,600, unanimous as presented.
Medicare match as presented. Liability insurances.
Liability insurance is $630,225, unanimous as presented.
The total miscellaneous budget, do you have $15,788,637?
Yes.
I will say this is going to be as presented with 2 abstentions because it takes on that category so they can vote on the total operating line when we get there.
Almost there.
So, I believe we've reached the end of this. A total operating budget with the amendments and the reductions. Do we have a line from, let's go to Director Gilman and then we'll check. Director, do you have a total operating budget?
Yes. So I have 57,893,636. And then you also have to change the raise and appropriate amount in the order, because you'll reduce it by the 50,000 free cash and 250,000 parking meter receipts of 57,593,636.
57, 593.
636 for the raise and appropriate amount.
And do we have to read these as separate
Yes,
motions?
unfortunately.
And are those prepared motions in the book?
You just have to change the amounts. Yeah, it's in the order.
Thank you.
We just need to change the sum of, I'm gonna just read how it goes. The sum of 57,893,636 as amended, which is the full amount necessary for the general fund budget, July 1, 22 to June 30, 23, be appropriated for the purposes stated, and to meet said appropriation, 250,000 will be transferred from the parking meter receipts, 50,000 from free cash, and 57,593,636 will be raised and appropriated.
That is the motion
Yes.
as amended.
Yes.
Do we need to reread that emotion? That emotion, not the emotion, the motion.
I see
Anybody?
Dan's a radio announcer who likes rock and roll.
Country all the way. Do we need to read that, or can we accept it as read and then second it from there?
Well, I
The
don't
motion
think
was
I'm.
made. The motion was made yesterday. The amendments were made, and today. So that is the motion on the floor. Because we made the motion, now we've amended it throughout, so the motion is on the floor as amended. Any discussion on that total?
Does the motion need a
Budget.
second?
It was seconded yesterday.
It was motion and seconded yesterday.
Thank you.
We're just making it meet our new dollar amounts.
Okay.
Any discussion on that?
Do you need a motion to adopt the budget as amended?
Yeah, that's what I read.
That's, yeah, that's.
Okay.
Do we need to accept that then? The emotion as read?
The emotion? You're doing it on purpose
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Wait, what do
You
we
need
have
to
do?
vote the order as amended, as read by Director Gilman.
Do we need to second that?
No.
Okay. So we're going to vote on the order as read, as amended by Director Gilman. Roll call
We
vote.
haven't had a discussion on the bottom line yet.
Oh, yeah, that's what we're doing. So if we'd like to have a discussion, go ahead.
You didn't call for discussion.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I guess I implied it, and which was an oversight. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to repeat, I am not voting to approve this budget because the cuts we made to the police department are just not sufficient to meet the needs of the people. A good indicator is that the DPW, and nobody in this room would argue that the police are more essential than them, receives 40% less, and we only cut the police by a few percent. So I'm going to be a no on this order.
Any others? Councilor Bullock?
I'm going to be a yes on this order, and I just want it noted that Counselor Lipinski voted no against a higher amount to cut the police budget by.
Lapinski.
Noted. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote on the budget.
Counselor Jarvis.
Yes.
Counselor Disorder.
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley.
Yes.
Counselor Bullock.
Yes.
President Gilmore.
Yes.
Counselor Lapinski.
No.
Counselor Mayo.
No.
Counselor Healy.
Yes.
Counselor Elmer.
Yes.
Counselor Forgy.
Yes.
Counselor Toronzo.
Yes.
Does the Vice President wish to vote?
Yes. Yes.
The motion passes by majority.
All right. I'd like to thank everyone for their patience and time in getting this done. I want to thank, before we move on to the rest of the agenda, which we have a lot, I would like to thank Ways and Means for their endless hours of deliberations, extra meetings, time spent. That is why I will never sit on that committee as long as I'm on this council. All right?
I'll second that emotion.
So I just want to say thank you to Councilor Forgy and everyone that sits on that committee. Thank you. Moving on, I am going to be lost for a moment. Public hearings, budgets.
Where are we? 52. Public
In order to appropriate. Is it okay? Sure.
So on the,
Oh, wait, maybe not.
it's on page 52 of the packet.
It makes them feel good.
We are on item 4.
To amend all these numbers though, right?
Councilor Toronzo.
We're gonna have to amend all these numbers because we amended what was, because this first order is talking about reducing our raise it, right? Our operating budget raise?
Correct.
An amount? And since that
Yes.
amount changed, we have to change all of them on the orders, is that correct?
Yes.
Director Gilman.
Yeah, just on that one.
Oh, it's just one? Okay, thank God.
So we need to make the motion as amended, because we've already amended it. How does this work? Help?
I'm just trying to bring up the order, sorry.
So one way we could do that is to have Director Gilman read the motion and then have a counselor say, "So moved."
I believe Councilor Forgy.
Counselor DeSorg is going to read it.
Oh, Councilor DeSorgo will read the motion and then,
Yay.
thank you.
The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Wiedegartner, in order to appropriate $100,000 from OPEB stabilization, the sum of $100,000 be transferred from Fund 8406 OPEB stabilization to reduce the fiscal year 2023 general fund operating budget raise and amount from, hold on,
Be 57.
from 57,893,636,000 to.
No, it's
No?
the-
Okay, that's,
It's the raise and appropriate amount,
okay.
so it's gotta be the 57,593,636 minus 100,000. So it's
Let me
57,493.
correct that. Take
Okay,
two.
thank you.
Take two. From 57,593,636 to 57,479,636. Did I get that right?
57,493.
Let me try it. Take three, okay? This is the first time on a take three on the floor of the council.
No,
Okay,
just
all
today.
right. From 57,593,636 to 493,636. It's late. 2/3 vote required.
Do I have a second on that?
Second,
Thank you.
Mayo.
That motion's been made and seconded. Are we all aware of the number that was read? Any discussion? Seeing none. All those,
Well, I have a question, which is, what does OPEB mean?
Other post-employment benefits. So basically retiree health insurance.
And we're allowed to transfer money out of that because it has more money than we need?
We established a fund to assist with OPEB liabilities. So some of it goes to support new retirees or increase in retirees' health insurance. And some of it goes to what's known as an OPEB trust. So that particular fund is utilized those two ways.
Sure.
any other discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Roll call vote?
Okay, you want a roll call vote?
Yes, please. Thank
Right.
you.
Counselor Jarvis,
Yes.
Counselor DeSorger,
Yes.
Counselor Bottomley,
Yes?
Counselor Bullock,
Yes.
President Gilmore,
Yes.
Counselor Lapinski,
Yes.
Counselor Mayo,
Yes.
Counselor Healy,
Yes.
Counselor Elmer,
Yes.
Counselor Forgy,
Yes.
Counselor Toronzo.
Yes.
Does the Vice President
Yes,
wish to
yes.
vote? Passes unanimously.
Next.
The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Wiedegartner, in order to establish spending limits of revolving accounts, ordered that the City Council authorize the following revolving fund spending limits in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 53E and a half, for the fiscal year 2023. Receipts received but not expended in fiscal year 2023 shall be carried over to fiscal year 2024 unless otherwise indicated in the attached order. No further appropriation shall be made in excess of the balance of the fund, nor shall total expenditures for the fiscal year exceed the annual spending limit as noted. The aggregate amount of all revolving fund spending limits is not to exceed $680,557. Majority vote required.
Second, Forgy.
Motion's been made and seconded. Discussion, questions?
You-
Explanation?
It was unanimous, that was a unanimous positive.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes.
do water.
Page
enterprise?
56.
You want to do that one?
Yeah.
Okay.
The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gartner, an order fiscal year 23 water enterprise appropriation, $1,666,258. Order that the sum of $1,660,258 be appropriated from the fiscal year water enterprise fund, and that $435,889 be included in the appropriation from the general fund for water enterprise indirect costs to be allocated to the water enterprise fund for funding, and that $1,666,258 be raised from water user rate receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1st, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. Majority vote required.
Second 4G.
Recommendation?
Second 4G.
Unanimous positive.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gartner, an order fiscal year 23 sewer enterprise appropriation, $2,565,093. Ordered that the sum of $2,565,093 be appropriated for the fiscal year sewer enterprise fund, and that $441,189 be included in the appropriation from the general fund for sewer indirect costs to be allocated to the sewer enterprise fund for funding, and that $2,565,093 be raised from sewer user receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. Majority vote required.
Second 4G.
Recommendation?
Unanimous positive.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gartner, an order fiscal year GSET enterprise appropriation. Order the sum of $2,042,234 be appropriated for the fiscal year GSET enterprise fund, and the amount to be raised from GSET user rate receipts for the fiscal year starting July 1, 2022 and ending June 30th, 2023. Majority vote required.
Second 4G.
Recommendation?
Unanimous positive.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions?
The City Council, upon recommendation of Mayor Rita Gartner, in order to increase the fiscal year ambulance revolving spending limit, ordered that the City Council authorized increasing Fund 11585 ambulance services revolving to a revised spending limit of $210,000 for the fiscal year 2022 for ambulance expenses, and in accordance with MGL Chapter 44, Section 53E1/2. Receipts received but not expended in fiscal year 2022 shall be carried over to fiscal year 2023. No further appropriation shall be made in excess of the balance of the fund, nor shall total expenditures for the fiscal year exceed the annual spending limit of $210,000. Majority vote required.
Second 4G.
Recommendation?
It was unanimous positive. They needed that.
Thank you. Councilor Forgy?
Just wanted to point out that this is a financial order for the current fiscal year.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. Councilor Lapinski?
Well, my first question is, do we have an order for the upcoming fiscal year?
The order for the upcoming fiscal year was in the page where we put all of the revolving ones together, but we had to increase this one. They had extra overtime, and there was a lot of things, and don't give me a test on it right now, but there was many very necessary reasons why we had to increase it for this year, including overtime.
So my other question is, it says subsequent limits are voted annually by the city council. If this is an ongoing thing, theoretically, could we authorize it for a period of 5 years or something like that, if we wanted to?
Counselor
You-
Forgy? Director Gilman?
Sorry, I jumped in.
No, that's fine.
You can accept a law that allows you to vote once and only re-vote if it changes. But council did not want to do that, or Ways and Means at the time. They wanted to vote it annually.
And just to clarify, would that be an ordinance, or would that simply be a financial order?
Financial.
That is in order to accept an existing Massachusetts general law.
Okay, got it. Not terribly important. I thought it was worth asking.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, we are going to move now. That is the end of the finance pieces, I believe, for the evening. Am I correct?
No, there's one more.
There's one more.
Which one?
Free cash.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I'm sorry.
22,128.
I checked it off already. I'm sorry.
No fair.
The City Council,
Counselor
upon
DeSorbo.
recommendation of Mayor Rita Gardner, in order to appropriate from free cash in the amount of $50,000 to compensated absences, ordered that the Greenfield City Council appropriate the sum of $50,000 from free cash to the Compensated Absences Fund, 8450. Majority vote required.
Second 4G.
Recommendations?
It was unanimous, positive, and as you will note, the balances are on the bottom. So the current balance is 49,145, and with this, there'll be 99,145.70. And they might be needing it.
Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Counselor Mayo?
This is a question for Liz. Again, what's the purpose of this? What was the name of the fund again?
It's
And-
called continue.
Go ahead.
It's called the Compensated Absence Fund. What it is when an employee leaves the employment of the city of Greenfield, they
Yep.
will have vacation buyout.
Okay.
Sick if they've been here long enough.
Yep.
And sometimes it can be quite large.
Yes.
And their budgets, especially smaller departments can't handle it.
Does it
So this-
include paid leave?
No. Only,
Okay.
vacation, sick buyback, personal, just the
Okay.
usual.
I just wanted to make sure it did not
Yeah,
include
no, that's
paid leave.
that's a good question.
Any other discussion? Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Abstentions? Now, we are done with the financial portions of this meeting. We are not done.
Oh, I know.
Only Liz is
I will
done.
miss all of you dearly. I am going to have Counselor Bullock read the next three motions, which are coming out of A&O. Let me explain 69 and 68, page 68 and 69. When we did the charter review, we sent things to the attorney. They were then sent back and they were approved and voted on by this body. These were maintenance items that were discovered when we were collating the final draft to go to the mayor and then the legislature, the state legislature. So these are maintenance items that need to be dealt with that had to have some sort of change. And Councilor Bullock.
The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council rescind the following order voted during the regular meeting held on December 15th, 2021. Order number FY 22055 on December 15th, 2021. The Greenfield City Council, on a motion by Councilor Gwynn, seconded by Councilor Elmer, it was by roll call, 13 yes, 0 no, voted that the Greenfield City Charter, Article 6, Administrative Organization, Section 6-12A, Council on Aging, be amended by reducing the number of members from 15 to 11 as follows. Section 6-18, Council on Aging. There shall be a Council on Aging consisting of not less than 3 nor more than 11 members appointed by the mayor for staggered 3-year terms, and that the City Council further instructs the city clerk to submit the approved vote to the legislature of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and request said legislature to amend the city charter. Majority vote required.
Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Clerk Scott, the rationale.
So when we presented this to you, there is a Scrivener's error in the body of the motion. It incorrectly states that the section of the charter is section 612A. And the section of the charter is actually 618.
That could be bad.
So that's the error. This is being rescinded to allow the next vote, which does not have a Scrivener's error, to be voted and then eventually forwarded to the legislature. My apologies for the error.
Any other explanation needed? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Councilor Bullock.
Okay, do I have to read 69 to, I have to read the correct order now, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Charter, Article 6, Administrative Organizations, Section 6-18A, Council on Aging, be amended by reducing the number of members from 15 to 11 as follows. Section 6-18, Council on Aging. There shall be a Council on Aging consisting of not less than 3 nor more than 11 members appointed by the mayor for staggered 3-year terms, and that the City Council further instructs the city clerk to submit the approved vote to the legislature of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts and request said legislature to amend the city charter. Majority vote required.
Someone second that.
Second, Jarvis.
Motion's been made and seconded. I don't think we need any explanation. We voted on this. It was just correcting that. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Page 70, Councilor Bullock.
Page 70. The City Council moved that it be ordered that the Greenfield City Council pursuant to Charter Section 2-10 affirms the following reappointments by the mayor. Mark Maloney, Community Preservation Committee, Planning Board appointee, term expires June 30th, 2025. Wisty Rohrabacher, Community Preservation Committee, Council appointee, term expires June 30th, 2025. Mark Maloney, a different one. Zoning Board of Appeals, term expires December 31st, 2025. Deborah Gilks, Zoning Board of Appeals, term expires December 31st, 2025. Majority vote required.
Second, Jarvis.
Well, let me just say that this did not come before A&O because we canceled our meeting for make room for the special meeting. So as far as timing, we needed to bring it straight to the council. All of these people were listed in your packets with their information. It's interesting to see both Mark Maloney's on the same order because I, for years, have called them my Mark Maloney and your Mark Maloney. So it's, they both Mark Maloney's have done so much for this community. It's overwhelming. And these are all four candidates are big contributors to this community. Any other discussion on the four? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Presentation of petitions and similar papers. Report of committees. Does anyone have anything they want to say?
Excuse me.
Yes, did I miss something?
I think we have one more order, one more
Yeah,
fiscal order.
We're still on committee.
Page 73?
It's at first reading.
We're not there yet.
We're on like 11 or 12.
Wishful thinking.
No, we're very close. Report of committees, are there any reports? None, seeing none. Chris?
I think you got a report tonight.
Yeah.
Yes, I do believe, and I thank you all. Any unfinished business? Any old business? Moving to new business. First reading,
New business.
old business. New business has got your first reading in it.
Okay, but I
And-
also have new business.
Okay, let's do the first reading and then we'll come back.
Okay.
We have two pieces here.
Yeah, I as well.
First reading, page 72. Counselor DeSorger, are you doing this?
Yes, page 72. Approve payment of $10,814 fiscal year 2020 invoice for Siemens Inc. from fiscal year 22 Energy Department budget. And then, so what's the next page?
Notice of zoning amendment proposals, page 76.
No, that's the first reading of this.
That's the first reading, so we're not voting, we're just reading.
That's just the backup paper.
I just need someone to read
76?
76.
I can do it. The city council moved that it be ordered that the city council of Greenfield amend the zoning ordinance, chapter 200, section 200-6, 7, sign regulations as indicated by attached exhibit A, with strike-through text to be deleted and bold text to be added, and further amends the table of contents and index of the code, and further that substantive changes to the numbering of the ordinance be permitted in order that it be in compliance with the numbering format of the code of the city of Greenfield. 2/3 vote required.
That was the first reading, or we're taking no action, correct? Counselor Forgy, you had new business?
I did. I just wanted to read something very quickly. I wanted to make sure that the council understands that the planning board had their meeting this evening on the marijuana cultivator project. And it's critical for us at this juncture, I think, that I know we're going to consider it in June, but we need to be thinking about some of the, and indicate some of the items we'd like to see happen in the zoning as we consider our move, our moving forward on this whole issue. And I know we have to have a recommendation come in from planning board and also come from our EDC committee, and I know that will happen. But I just wanted to bring it to everybody's attention that planning board did vote tonight. I don't know what the vote was, but we're moving along.
We'll get Counselor Elmer to bring that forward when we get back together. Counselor Gilmore, you had new business?
And I do as
I
well.
did, thank you. I was really feeling optimistic earlier, and I was feeling my oats. I recognize that everybody is very tired, and some of us are not feeling very well tonight. So I would like to put it on committee chairs. I want to discuss the letter that Councilor DeSorger read earlier. I think this is really important to our community, and I feel like it warrants a response. And we should sleep on it, we should think about it, and I think that the leaders, our committee chairs, should start thinking about how we're going to address this.
Counselor Gilmore, you'll just need approval from the council president to put that on there.
Oh, gosh, I don't know. I don't know.
Thank you. Counselor DeSorger, could you send a copy of that to the clerk's office so it will be part of the record?
I'll send the 22-page docket to everybody.
Okay. I just want to make sure that it's before it's presented that we have it. Counselor Lapinski and then Counselor Jarvis.
Yeah, so this is a resolution of no confidence in the police chief, not the acting, but the actual police chief, Haig, and the mayor. Move that it be resolved, the city council finds full and appropriate reason to declare that police chief Robert Haig has lost the confidence of the citizens of Greenfield, and finds further reason to declare that Mayor Roxanne Wiedegartner, due to her public support of Chief Haig, has similarly lost the confidence of the citizens of Greenfield. The city council therefore calls on the mayor to rectify this crisis of confidence, either by firing Chief Haig immediately or by resigning from office. And I just need a second on that.
Second. Mayo.
That's okay.
New business motion and second has been received. Do we need to take any further action, Clerk Scott? Do we want to open this to discussion?
It's been made and seconded.
We had a second.
Yep.
Can I make a point of order, please?
Yes.
I don't remember what it says in the charter, but if a number of counselors object to voting on something that has been brought up in a meeting, we can vote on it at the next meeting. I will also say I would be willing to take this up on committee chairs because I recognize that it's very late. I feel like people are drained and probably need a break. If the counselors want to rescind their second and their motion, I will put it on committee chairs. If not, then counselors do have the opportunity to object to voting on this in the same night.
It would.
I will absolutely not withdraw, and the reason for that is because it is an urgent matter that we take care of our reckless, out of control, and dangerous police chief. This is an emergency.
Thank you.
Very specifically, President Gilmore, you indicated that we could discuss this on Monday. When you did not allow that, you indicated we could discuss it tonight. Please allow this discussion.
So I do want to correct that because when you and I had spoken, I did not know what was going to happen on Monday. And in theory, if we had reconvened in a public session, it would be appropriate for us to vote on something. But we had said to our constituents that we were not going to take a vote on anything where they couldn't be present.
It would have been. Go ahead. I'm sorry, President Gilmore, continue.
Yeah. I agree with you that it's an emergency, but I don't agree that it's time sensitive. And
that's what an emergency
committee chairs
is.
Committee chairs is not very far away. And this is something that I think at 11:30 at night when we have folks who have to work tomorrow and we have people who've been up all day. I feel like if this is going to get the sort of attention, discussion, and debate that it deserves, it would be best to start people with fresh eyes.
Fine. Will you schedule a special meeting within a week?
I'm happy to put it on committee. I'm happy to put it on committee chairs if you want to withdraw the motion. If you don't want to withdraw the motion, then it's going to depend upon whether or not counselors would object.
So I will withdraw the motion if we have a special meeting scheduled to dispense with this within a week, because again, people's lives are on the line. You cannot delay an emergency saying it's not time sensitive. An emergency is time sensitive by definition. You've agreed with that. And I think people's lives are literally on the line as Robert Haig is driving drunk probably as we speak.
Point of order.
So
Councilor
Go ahead.
Gilmore. No, continue, Councilor Gilmore.
I was going to say, for us to vote a resolution is not going to prevent someone from driving drunk.
No, but it might help get him out.
Councilor Gilmore has the floor.
I just want to say that if you would withdraw the motion, I will put it on committee chairs. If you don't want to withdraw the motion, then it's up to the counselors if we want to take this up right now.
I've already withdrawn my second.
So if the second has been withdrawn, is there anyone that would like to second this?
Well, I don't believe the second can be withdrawn if the motion's not withdrawn, but whatever.
Anyone can withdraw their motion.
Anyone can withdraw their motion.
Well, I suppose it must not be an emergency to the rest of you then.
So the second has been withdrawn. Is there any other seconds on the motion?
Clerk Scott, would you please put this in your notes that we're going to discuss this at council chairs? Because I think that Councilor Lapinski makes a valid point that warrants some discussion. And I want people to look at this when they're not tired, when they have fresh eyes, and when we can move forward with this.
Will we be able to vote on this at the next meeting, whatever that is?
I will count, President Gilmore, thank you.
This is just conjecture. I'm not 100% sure, but typically what happens is during committee chairs, we bring up different items and we talk about where it belongs. I think this is something that's going to belong on CRE. And from CRE, it would go to full council. This doesn't feel like an ordinance to me. There's no money piece. I don't think this is involved with, economic development. So my prediction would be CRE to full council. I might be incorrect. Well, we're going to see what the committee chairs decide, but that would be I'm pretty sure that's how it would happen.
Thank you.
Clearly not an emergency.
Councilor Jarvis?
Thank you. I would just like to take a quick moment. I won't take long. It's been my honor and my privilege to serve with every one of you on this committee. I wish you luck in the future. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Jarvis. Motions for reconsideration? Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Seconded?
So moved.
Motion's been made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Seeing none, we adjourn at 11:34 p.m. on May 19th. Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you.